really is sort of just, it's just the revenge for Kuiper. He got bullied so hard in one. This time around, they're making no one look like the chump. He is struggling. No money, no gold, no impact on the side lane Quap. Jump forward from Boxy. They catch another. Solo, he's got a disruption. They do have the stun. They're trying to turn with the demonic purge. Pull forward as well. The
there's a slam here.
They have the critical bow this time.
Oh.
VP strike back.
That was scary.
The combo's there. They get 2 calls. They get 3. Insania dead as well. VP. They will hit back hard. Showing that they still have this wombo. This potential. They get the chain stuns. They get that sort of lineup for the cleave.
Yeah. Living on the edge on that one. Going in towards an Earthshaker like that can be very dangerous. But they secure the kill. They get the chain stun down enough to control the possibility of that Echo Slam. And you got to take risks, right? You're this far behind. You can feel it. And you know you have to take it back. It is the Sven. He's in a better spot than Mickey was. There's no doubt about that. He's higher up in relative to his opponents than Mickey had. In fact, now he's topping the net worth after that. Plus, he has the Midas. Just needs that BKB, and there she blows.
See what they can go for here, Tiger. Wanting to strike whilst these ultimates are on cooldown.
Keeping the pressure up there. I mean, I wouldn't mind an Aegis here on this Bloodstone before they lose some more charges. Mickey still very far away if they start a fight.
See what kind of a jump they can find. Pasha, the beefy one on the front. They're going to go for a little bit, start to tickle away at the Tidehunter. Rolling from Tiger as well. Warcry popped by Ramses. They'll kick back Pasha. Ramses trying to hit away at the bear. Chain stun as well, holding the bear underneath the tower.
Spent on a guy with no Ravage.
See if they can kill it. Jump forward again. Pasha tanking up.
Look at Ramses lurking.
Mickey's going to go for the zip forward. Gets the grab back. They really want to try and kill off this time. Fisher out onto the 3 at the jump on. Boxy, beautiful control and play. Ramses will get the BKB and the God Straight fan. Now they'll try and turn. Look towards Boxy. He's able to jump away though in time before the stun connects.
He gets to the high ground.
And
no follow-up.
That's the BKB and God Strength pop. By Ramses is going to wear off soon. Alliance could try and push for more with this timing. We'll see what they want to take. Roshan is also up.
Excellent presence of mind there from Alliance. But yes, they're casting these spells on the Tide. I know they're controlling them up, but they're keeping that thought. What is the Tide doing? We know he doesn't have Ravage. Who's the real follow-up here? It's Ramses. Excellent Fisher to catch 2 into that Echo Slam. Wasting the first charge of the BKB as Ramses has to use it defensively. Still not feeling the comfort of heading in towards a Roche or anything like that yet from Alliance. Just trying to fish for more kills. That Ravage is now back up, though.
To be a little careful and respectful of that. We saw what happened last time. VP with the combo. They go, but Pasha still being poked upon. They are going to try and fight this. I mean, Pasha, as you say, Ravage is going to come out. See if they can turn, focus down the front lines as immediately they're on top of Tiger. Tiger will fall. See if they can move on to the next one. Boxy still just jumping in, committed, but the Sonic Wave from no one knocks them back. Boxy's dead. Jump in as well. Yule's controls there. Insania's trying for the ult, but the Spike Carapace puts a stop to it. Insania, focus down. Fear from Kuiper's bear comes out, but it won't be enough to save the CM as the poison ticks him down low. No one gets the final touch. BP once again holding as you mentioned it, Alliance making a bit of a brash play there, jumping in. They knew that Ravage was available. They still tried to dive in like that. They cannot do that.
It was close. It was like seconds, and it just come back sort of deal. So I don't know. Maybe they were just playing by feel on that one, but I mean that's basically the opposite of Alliance. I mean the criticism, if anything, of this team has been like, my God, guys, could you end before a 30K lead? And that's something that changed around here, but just a 9K lead here.
We'll see it once more. An easy Ravage for Pasha, and instantly BP able to just pick apart target by target. Tiger's gone, and at this point, Boxy, he's still trying to commit. A grouping up as such, no one landing that easy Sonic Wave, and at this point, the fight's already over.
Mickey was just out of that fight for so long, too, between the initial Ravage stun and then the disruption, not able to get any of that damage. We know that he's been a large part of these team fights so far for them.
Back into the action. Roger, already out and trying to scout.
So now, you don't want to give up your chokehold, right? You've been holding these high grounds on the Radiant side of the map. You feel like you've been pinning them in, and then you try and go for these kills. But if the kills aren't working, then what's your option for Alliance? They kind of pull back. now. VP moving through, trying to de-ward their own area. They don't know where the vision is. It's left line from Alliance. They're going to smoke through and try and get a kill opportunity before they go back to the D-ward.
I see Roger head into the jungle from that sentry. They're going to try for the roll in. Roger will be able to get out. Dust will clip him, but he's got the movement speed. He's out of there. Pasha presents himself. The rest of VP still smoked up behind.
25 seconds for that Ravage, and they're out. Bounty runes secured there. 2 by Mickey, and looks like it'll be a 3-for-1 there. Solo will grab the solo 1 for Virtus Pro. Wow, look at that goal. I mean, that's map control now in the modern age of Dota.
Yeah, power of the bear as well, just allowing them to easily get the lion's share off the runes. We'll see down
I'm
bottom.
going to get rid of that.
See if they can get him here. He's been silenced. No one with that recently picked up Orchid. Using the Bloodstone here. Mickey is able to keep himself full. A lot of mana to play with. As it's a hard catch for VP. Roger
Nice
tries
attempt.
for the stun, but Mickey is way out of there.
Hood now for Boxy, of course, as he is being thrown into the thick of things. He also has that medallion, so opening up the opportunities for the Roche. But, of course, very concerning. The Sven and a Tidehunter. One good Ravage, and the cleanup can be there from Ramses, who is basically back, right? Blink, BKB, the Echo Saber. He now has the level 20 as well.
He's got his farm.
And they need this extra control. These stuns versus the Storm versus this Earthshaker, because he becomes this mobile unit once you have the Aghanim Scepter.
Gonna try to go on the bear here. With that control, they have more than enough damage to take him down. The bear's gone. Another 300 gold going into the pockets of VP. And now the ability to push onto this tier 1 tower. We'll see if Alliance are able to fight around this at the moment. Boxy's still pushing in on the top lane. He's now going to TP back over to the shrine.
Just digging out of the tower.
He's going to start things off, rolls in, does get disrupted. VP's down and back up, but Pasha has the Ravage. He can just hold the fort here, jump in from Ramses with a BKB in the Godstrike. They've got Tiger, the stun on the bear, catches the real lone druid too. Quite for still able to get away now. Mickey goes for the Dimmer Boxy, he's in with the slap of the Ravage. Pasha with the counterplay, the Sonic Wave onto the 3 of them. Ramses turns as well, cleaving them all. Mickey still has enough mana to be able to zip back to safety, but Insania chased down. Ramses gets the double.
If they can get out of here, it's success,
they get
honestly.
The Boxy Shaker as well on the back of it all. VP, another fight. Alliance trying to make plays into the Ravage, but each and every time VP taking such a huge win off the back of it. The kick's there. Tiger able to push quite for up into the base. Tiger as well able to run away. Good disengage to keep those two alive. But overall, VP close up the gap.
Mickey!
What's he doing? He's back in the lane, and VP, they just walk back. And they pick up the sweetest bonus they ever could. That's the Storm gone. He's got buyback, and he's probably going to have to use it. VP are now forcing straight down the mid. After such an impressive opening, Alliance letting it slip away with these poor decisions to try and take fights.
The composure of Virtus Pro here to identify what they have to do. Ravage, Sonic Wave, and then of course Ramses.
He's jumping in. Tiger's trying to commit as well. They're still holding on to that buyback on Mickey, but already jumping on the Boxy. He'll try and jump back, but in Ramses goes. The BKB committed. Boxy's dead for 50. Sun's out onto Tiger. VP overrunning the Earth Spirit as well. 2 dead on Alliance without buyback. But they're still just trying to make sure that Mickey doesn't have to buy back here.
They got to get back. I mean, there's towers in the other lanes. I don't know if you can try and keep defending this Alliance. It's so risky. Don't just keep feeding the bodies. The racks are gone.
They've just got to let it be here. As VP taking back control of this game. The lead is now theirs. The melee racks in the middle lane taken away from Alliance.
Oh, this is such a terrible feeling in a game of Dota. You can see it on their faces. You feel like you're so far ahead. How could anything go wrong from here? And then just a few amazing plays from Virtus Pro. Getting to those items, and honestly, no one just completely turning around his game.
He really has.
No one from last game.
As he had such a rough beginning. I believe, what was it? Like 2-5-2? Now he's, what, 5-5-11? He hasn't died since. Every Sonic Wave has been an absolute masterclass in just following up the lines that have been led in by both Ramses and Pasha with these AoE stuns, setting up so much. And now Alliance being knocked back, knocked down hard after having a considerable lead in the early game.
And it feels like the sustain is just outmatched there on that Radiant side, right? Like the auras. I mean, you have the offensive potential coming out of the Earth Spirit. He went for the Veil. I mean, you have the Radiance that we're looking for. They will soon have the AC to finally get some defensive stuff, but, you know, that Radiant side, you got the Vlad, you got the Pipe, you even have a Buckler over on your Shadow Demon. He's got a Glimmer to help out. You have an AC done on the Sven, and they want themselves another Bear.
They're going to get it. No escape for the Bear. One of the sort of the problems with Lone True we've seen in some of the games where it's been picked, if they have the lineup that has that amount of focus fire and single target damage, the Bear is just a liability. Money sent straight into the hands of VP. They're into the Roche pit. There's no contest from Alliance as Roshan will be cleaned up. Aegis claimed on no one. Alliance, they've let so much slip away from the early start of this game.
Oh man, he is dangerous. A BKB and an Aegis.
His game has turned just entirely around from that beginning. It was a slow start for him as this side lane quad, but now,
I mean, he
coming
gets
into
the flack,
his own,
you know?
Tiger, he's been found. No one TP's over. The Orchid Silence, nothing in Tiger's inventory to be able to remove it. Does have to stick in the roll down. Chase is going to be there. He's Yulesed up.
Speaking of a turned around game, Taiga also, I mean, of course, that is the nature of the Earth Spirit. At some point, you can't do it all yourself. But Boxy.
What is the play for Alliance? I mean, Boxy,
you're looking at it.
He's got to do something big this game.
There's one full wave that he missed, though, of course, so still going to need some effort here.
They're pushing on VP.
Be it a fountain zip or what, but...
Tier 1 down. Looking for more.
Oh, player card back. Congrats, Pasha.
There we go. Even more success and fortune for VP.
Big glyph. I wonder if that'll scare him back. Enough off the wave. I mean, he doesn't know how many people are rotating.
And how do they defend against this Pasha? That Ravage is there. It really has been the demise of Alliance every single fight.
Tiger's back.
And they'll try for the zip him.
Just the Aegis.
So they can kill him the once even. Got the Fisher lockdown, but he's forced out. They'll save him. Glimmer Cape as well.
So much help right now from Virtus Pro. And even a smoke up too here. Sneaky plays. Worried about potential vision. There is a ward over on that high ground there from Alliance.
This is just looking. I mean, at what point of the game it was what, like 23-7 or something for Alliance, and now 20-26. VP showing that they don't need to dominate from the start. They can swing round a game that looked to be a hard one for them, but their plays and their timing of the fights that they've been able to take.
That was a hero.
That's insane, and a hero without buyback. No CM for this defense. And on the side, they've found an opportunity. Mid-K, he tries to go for the hit, but he gets caught up by the spike carapace. Now we'll put the BKB to the Ravage again!
It's not
Sonic Wave onto 3! Every single time, Pasha just breaking any sort of combo that Alliance try to present in these fights. Boxy dead as well. They've got buyback for Boxy, and Stania does now have the availability to buy back himself.
Well, there's one downside to the Aghanims over the Blink Dagger. Getting hit mid-air into what looks like a good Echo Slam. Just caught by a tendril of the Tidehunter.
And here's the push into the base. VP looking to take another set away from Alliance. As Alliance, they're holding on. Now they'll use the Boxy buyback. VP trying to go in as the straightaway. Mid-K zips straight to the backlines. Will get himself out away from Roger. Roger tries for the start. Boxy goes for the vortex control. Quite good with the Bear starting to send them back with that Bear. The Fisher gets the ball. Boxy jumps in. Echo Slam onto the 2. Focusing Rousey, but Rousey, the BKB's out. Turns, stuns on the Boxy. Boxy jumping in again. Moves over towards Roger Nick's assassin. The zip forward. Insania goes for the ult. They burn the Aegis out of no one. Can they get anything more though? Ramsey's trying to escape. Tiger looking for the chase down, but the Duke's are real. Ramsey's heads up. Can they cancel his TP? Do they have anything? They don't. The stun. It's not there in time. Ramsey's is out. Boxy jumps in. The chase is there for Roger. Roger getting the stun though. He's still able to get back. Boxy's still chasing forward with that Aghanims. Will get Roger as well.
All right, they do hold their racks, but of course, excellent escape there from the cores, which is what's going to be the most important thing here for the side of Virtus Pro. We go to our buybacks now. That's our Earthshaker buyback, the only one used there. Found himself a decent Echo Slam after, but still a tough ask when it goes into the Aegis like that. And Alliance, they've stabilized a little bit here now, right? They've lost some towers, of course, in that whole bottom lane, taking all the way up to the tier 3. They still have their tier 2 top. Could be considering the next Roche as a potential option for themselves. And at what point do you start looking towards the Aghanim's Bear? Because it's kind of feeling like one of those games.
I have to go for the old school Strats Alliance. Might be one of those games. VP, they've shown that their 5-man is incredibly formidable. Fighting around these Ravages, they haven't really lost a single fight when they go in with Pasha on the front. The driving force for sort of setting these fights to VP's advantage each and every time.
It's going to be about timings again here, but this is late game. This is where, for the majority of the game, most fights, everyone kind of has their ultis. Like, it gets more and more difficult to force a fight, you know, when Ravage is down or when he's not going to have God Strength. But the same thing, it goes towards this Echo Slam, because they really need Boxy to go big in these fights. He's trying to get the BKB so he doesn't get interrupted here, because we also have a 9-second BKB left on Mickey after that fight. So things, they're turning a little bit for Alliance. But the execution has just looked all VP.
Got that 20, Boxy.
And they have that Storm buyback too. If they go for one of these fights near the base again, that Storm Spirit buyback we've seen time and time again can instantly turn a fight.
And we saw that last sort of fight where Alliance came out okay. It was when there was no Ravage.
They're crossing their T's though. They're dotting their I's. They got the Shrine in behind. Yeah. No rush here from Virtus Pro. And a lot of little green diamonds at the top of the screen here.
And here's the push. What are they going to do, Alliance Mickey? Trying for the zip in. Has to be very careful whenever he's playing around without using the BKB. Spike carapaces could cause him to trip up.
Couldn't get a pull with that fear to try and split them.
As Pasha just standing his ground.
Letting the catapults go to work with that solar crest.
Into the tower. They'll try for the pullback, but the Kraken Shell keeps Pasha fine. Push around to the two of them. Fear as well. Alliance just trying to send them back. Full Shiva's Guard on no one's quap.
Man, look at all the spread vision from Virtus Pro around that base on the side of Alliance. You can see on the mini-map there, just a high ground one sneakily in the bottom right.
Boxy, they found him outside of the base. Silence as well. Boxy's down 100 seconds.
Again, another ward on that high ground.
And his buyback still on cooldown for 4 minutes.
There is nowhere to hide for Alliance.
VP, they can take as much as they want now from the base. As in they go, they know at the most it's going to be 5 versus 4. They've got the numbers. They have to siege.
They found Mickey. Just even burning his mana right now.
Okay, trying to poke around. Yeah, don't go for that hitbox.
He might get used here.
He's getting his mana burn as well, Silence. He has the BKB, a little bit of mana to play with. He's not going to pop it though, accepts his death. Will buy back immediately. Inside the base, Ramses is on top of the bear. Quite fair.
They still have
Fear up in time. Mickey's going to go for the leader with the drag back of the Vortex. Tiger rolls forward as well. Pasha holding on to the Ravage for now. Mickey's committed with the BKB. Magnetize out for Tiger. They'll go for the old insanity, but he gets stunned up. The Sonic Wave again for Noah knocks them both back. Insania is dead. Buyback from the CM. Roll forward onto Tiger. Tiger explodes inside of the base. Will buy back. Pasha still has the Ravage.
Oh, they just want Mickey to zip in there one more time. He knows he can't afford to. There's too much control to that BKB. But they have to go for something. This is it. This is Megas.
They're taking the Megas. 25 seconds. No box in the silence again. Followed up by Roger's stun. Jump forward for Noah. There's the Ravage. Catching them out. That's an Ed Storm. Everybody falls. GG is called. And VP take game 2. 2-0. They'll take their series against Alliance. And Alliance, I think they got to be kicking themselves a little bit after such a brilliant start. It all slipped away. The game went entirely out of control. And BP showed that they could very easily make a comeback from a laning stage where they were hemorrhaging farm, hemorrhaging kills. It didn't matter. They come out on top, and they will be the ones to move on here at Epicenter.
Yeah, they're grinning coming to that booth. I'm sure hard to believe. I mean, even for a team like that, that's such a difficult comeback to make, but stone cold. Perfect execution in those team fights and just getting those items, like Ramses, finding all that farm when it felt like the whole map was gone. Gets the Midas, gets the Echo, gets the Blink, the BKB, and he looked unstoppable right from there.
Such a turnaround for BP, and of course, what a place to do it here in front of this crowd that absolutely adores these boys. and they'll get the pleasure of seeing more of them.
That's right. This was the day to come as the hometown fans, because now they're going to be facing up against TNC as we send Alliance home. Of course, earning their slot at TI.
Sure.
Still a great tournament for them.
Exactly. They're going to still be walking out of the stadium with smiles, you know, after what they achieved, getting to TI and such. But VP, that's the story that we're going to see continue here at Epicenter as they take down Alliance 2-0.
They do indeed. It has been a back and forth game. We're going to start with, let's talk about the bear dying. I thought, all right, game over.
Phone it in, baby. I would have, this is why I do not bet on Dota, because at that point, the odds I would have given you on Alliance in this game, would have been, yeah, I don't know. What happened?
Dota 2.
Dota 2.
That is a 12K net worth lead at 20 minutes for Alliance. And over 9 minutes, over the next 12K net worth lead, 25-10 in kills. Over the next 9 minutes, VP go plus 15K in net worth, get 10 out of the next 11 kills in the game. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke about the draft. Like, VP's draft was way superior, obviously. But if you're put in a position with that lead, you should not be able to lose this game. Like, and this is what we criticized about them before, right? Where they would not be able to close out games, and this is what would happen. Because they don't know what to do with the lead they have.
This is just, it's a whole other level.
We're seeing on these highlights, though, Tiger's Earth Spirit, he was like 6-0 and 5 very early on into the game. He's the reason they were crushing.
Oh, yeah.
Look at his net worth, it's the same as Sven.
Let me be positive here for a minute. This is the 995th LAN Earth Spirit appearance since TI5, and this is the first time in all those games that an Earth Spirit has had 6 kills at the 10-minute mark. He was one of the best Earth Spirit early games you will ever see.
Yeah, and he's everywhere. He's really punishing VP, who were playing cocky. They were overextending, like, you know, going underneath this top tier 1 tower earlier on, getting baited in. VP did not play this game well at all for the first 20-25 minutes.
It seems like they knew they won the draft. And then it's like, okay, you know, we won the game already, and they didn't try as hard as they normally would. It only was until they were at the back foot that they realized, wait a second, Alliance is trying to go high ground. Something didn't go right here.
I think they were expecting still the Quap versus Storm matchup mid. Renessa told me that she did speak briefly with Arzik after the draft. Said that VP were still surprised. They thought they would stick with the Koikva Storm mid. And no one, even if it's 1v1, no one sometimes looks like he's just not quite the same technical laner when he's in these side lane matchups.
Yeah, for me at least, it was a big disappointment because the lane matchup, Shaker versus Quap, is really one-sided. Yeah. And he like we saw it like on our screens, like he missed a lot of free CS and stuff. It just looked like he wasn't really focused at all.
The bear kill almost.
Yeah, the bear kill like
made him not as focused in or whatever it was.
It was all a bait by Koikva.
I mean, at this point in the game, Alliance is just, they're in cruise control, and this was where it just all starts to fall apart.
Yeah.
Is it even now? It might be a bit later even.
No, this is the fight.
Yeah, that's the first
bang.
Fight, yeah, 11K gold lead gets turned around. A big part of Alliance's lead, they did such a good job controlling and fighting over all these bounty runes and using the bear to snag. Like 5 minutes in, I think Alliance got all 4 bounty runes.
Yeah.
A huge portion of this gold lead came from those.
No, I think you made that point earlier, guys. The importance that we've seen in this tournament on these mini objectives and controlling the map at those 5-minute increments.
Yeah, and if you found like a heat map of what time kills and games come at, you'll find probably a unproportional amount is coming around those bounty runes a lot of the time.
There's like maybe a couple of item build question marks for me. Like an earlier BKB on Storm would have been really good this game. Skipping Radiance and going into like a Mjolnir Basher so you can actually man-fight the Sven would have been really good on the lone druid because you're playing against the Nyx Assassin. But overall, like you can't really criticize that because they just look completely disconnected in those team fights from the like minute 20 onwards. Like they just like went in one by one and it just didn't look cohesive anymore as it did in the early game.
And I tell you what, we criticized no one's laning phase a little bit, but God, these Sonic waves.
Yeah, always hit free.
How many fights in a row? Sonic Wave, Ravage. Ravage, Sonic Wave. Ravage, Sonic Wave. There you go.
Yeah.
It's hard to play these fights with Alliance because you don't, other than Storm, you don't really have these BKB cores, and Tide is always getting off these crazy 3-4-man ravages because you can't lock him down. Shaker goes in, even if he catches the Tide, he's always going to get that Kraken off and get a good ravage.
Yeah, I mean, this was like a perfect Tide game. We see why. Like they always initiate with like 3-4 heroes, but then he just presses the Ravage button, and the fight is over.
Yeah, all the fights they're winning is this big Tide Ravage, which makes easy Sonic Wave to follow it up. And to VP, once they got those team fights rolling in the mid game, they were looking good. And Alliance, they were very much on a timer. It's Lone Druid Dota.
Yeah, and that's another thing. We didn't talk about it because there were so many reasons that we were favoring the VP draft otherwise. But a relevant thing here, Alliance had no anti-BKB to deal with the Sven, right? The Lone Druid route does not go through BKB anymore. You have no control for that Sven once he gets that BKB online. And unlike in the last match, Ramses did have his Midas working in this one. He was able to scale.
Yeah, that's why I was saying I would have liked to see like this Basher build, because then at least you have something against him. He doesn't just run out of control in these team fights.
And that's where like we're kind of seeing here, as much as Alliance built up this big lead and could have played it cleaner, it never felt like VP were out of it because picking Sven that late in the draft and not having a Sven counterplace, that's why Sven became the top meta carry, is because teams weren't dealing with it. Until teams learned the hero counters, we weren't seeing Sven lose.
I mean, even when they were 7k ahead, right? The game felt even. And then when the game was actually even, VP was so far ahead.
You may be right. I literally have spent the last 5 or 10 minutes so shell-shocked after those couple of fights by VP, but I think you might be right, Gods. This is why Sven has this statistically ridiculous record in this patch.
Don't be so surprised that Gods is right.
Well, all right. I'm used to paneling with Kyle.
He's used to panelists, yes.
Fair enough. But yes, it felt like, though, once the Lions started losing fights, and I know that can happen, it felt like they were losing their cool a little bit.
Yeah.
At the end there, what was Mika doing in that mid lane?
And of course, Mika had like a lot of, I don't want to use my BKB right now, moments. But it wasn't only him. Like they just went in one by one by one by one. And like, where's that team play that I had in the early game?
What is this boxy item build? I'm sorry, but this is not a Shaker build. He has, what's there, a medallion and a hood in there? Where is your Blink Dagger? There's a fight where he's trying to use his tome to jump in, and he just gets caught by a Stormbolt mid-jump. Like, you have to play Earthshaker with Blink.
I mean, just get caught in this trap. It's like my Aghanim's is like all the mobility I need. I'm just going to build all these fancy items. And sometimes it works, but oftentimes it's just safer to just go back to the Blink Dagger.
It's nice being super tanky. It feels really good to play, but it also, you know, you need a Blink Dagger.
Amen, brother. I am so on board with us. I think Solo was good in this series. I also, you know, the other thing that occurred to me, thinking about Gods' point some more.
The Russian fans love stuff. I was going to say, I'm pretty sure I know where those votes are coming from.
That's right.
You guys, actually, the English team, you got to step it up. Look at those number differences.
You got to clap more.
You got to clap more for these MVP votes.
Making us look bad.
Yeah.
Whenever I watch the series from the hotel, I clapped so much for Koik by like 100.
I don't think you're allowed to clap 100.
Really?
You know, I think 25 is the number you get.
25 like every hour, is it? Or
25 every hour.
Okay. But you can stack them, right?
Yes.
Because I never used them until Alliance played.
No, I think you only. You get 5. I know to start.
You get 25 every hour.
25 an hour.
I believe, yes. And you can also buy more. Maybe Black went for that.
Yeah,
I mean, how many Battle Pass bundles can you buy? Now that you can only buy 2, so you spend the rest.
Yeah, it's a very good investment. Like everybody watching at home right now, you want to clap more for your favorite player? You need to buy those clap points.
Wow, the writers of that app now just love you, Black.
Yeah. You
just got yourself a sponsorship deal. Good job, buddy.
Clap.
Easy clap. Hey, Alliance eliminated. Surely a disappointment in terms of the series, maybe, but the tournament result, still superb.
I mean, they're happy they're going to TA, of course, but ending it on a game like this is always rough.
Yeah.
They will have to go back to the drawing board for sure.
They were still smiling, and they looked happy on stage after the series. So, you know, shaking VP's hands, giving him hugs. It did not look like an Alliance team that felt too bad about themselves. They won the real finals for them, which was the match against Gambit.
Yeah, you look at what Alliance had to do in back-to-back tournaments, not only here, but they had to finish top 2 at the minor. They were hard luck losers in 5 games got Meepo'd in game 5 of the minor final against NIP, and then come here, and they knew they needed to get top 8, and they did that. I think, for the next 15 minutes or so, you're going, aw shucks, but you're excited right now as an Alliance fan, and deservedly so.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I believe we have the brackets updated, and we can take a look at that as we've eliminated another team. I don't think it was unsurprising, Maybe the TNC match for a lot of people was surprising.
Yeah, I think with TNC, they've kind of gotten a lot of sudden hype around this tournament. I think just suddenly coming out of nowhere, particularly coming out of Group D in first place, suddenly meant everyone was talking about them for a little bit. And then they had such a good series against Vici Gaming, even though they lost it. It's the way they lost, where they just played great Dota. Whereas I think with VP Alliance, the level of Dota was maybe not quite up to par for what VP expect of themselves. And Alliance still have a bit of a ways to go to close that gap.
Yeah. If VP plays against TNC how they played right now, I don't think they will win though.
Yeah.
Like, TNC will punish them so much harder.
Yeah.
TNC is just a team of full aggression, and they will run you over if you do this.
They're so red hot right now. I mean, they've got to be. You can talk about Vici playing really well, but TNC's got to be the hottest team in Dota, and there's a reason, and it's not just Coach Heen. Okay, these guys are really good. I do think the LGD series was very surprising to me because I felt like they answered some of the big questions for their team yesterday. And those same questions have now got to be reopened after today. The 5-position play, particularly Venge versus Enigma, was not there like we saw in the series yesterday.
Yep.
Chalice maybe not as big a factor as he was in some of those previous games in this tournament. So again, LGD still have questions to answer as we move forward.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and those questions will need to wait because they're out. TNC still in. We're going to have the question answered if VP or TNC is victorious very soon because that will be our final series of the day. We're going to take a quick break, but when we're back, it is time to decide the top 3 of the Epicenter Major 2019.
in your way, 'cause you walked out so fast yesterday. No, I don't think you're here to stay. No, I don't think you're here to stay. So tell me what you want, tell me how you want it. Tell me all the reasons that you're running away. I don't think you're here to stay. No, I don't think you're here to stay. No, no, no. I just wanna be with you. I just wanna be with you. Yeah. I just wanna be with you. Yeah, I just wanna be with you. I just wanna be with you. I just wanna be with you. Yeah. I just wanna be with you. Yeah, I just wanna be with you. I just wanna dance all night, forget my problems, I might go insane. I don't really give a damn what they say. And now you know it. Hey, little lady said you feel the same, but I don't believe a word you say, 'cause I don't think you're here to stay. No, I don't think you're here to stay. So tell me what you want, tell me how you want it. Tell me all the reasons that you're running away. I don't think you're here to stay. No, I don't think you're here to stay. No, no, no. I just wanna be with you. I just wanna be with you. Yeah. I just wanna be with you. Yeah, I just wanna be with you. I just wanna be with you. I just wanna be with you. Yeah. I just wanna be with you. Yeah, I just wanna be with you. I just wanna dance all night, forget my problems, I might go insane. I don't really give a damn what they say. And now you know it. I feel like you're lying, trying to be real, but you seem so fake. I'm so over trying to move on, but you're in my way. I'm so over trying to move on, but you're in my way. I just wanna be with you. I just wanna be with you. Yeah. I just wanna be with you. Yeah, I just wanna be with you. I just wanna be with you. I just wanna be with you. Yeah. I just wanna be with you. Yeah, I just wanna be with you. I just wanna dance all night, forget my problems, I might go insane. I don't really give a damn what they say. And now you know it. I just wanna be with you. 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 Looking past my reflection, thinking about what you mentioned. It was supposed to be the one take every last pain away. Nothing on our loving, maybe time told us that we were different. Did it break you down? Staring at the ceiling, fighting off a feeling. One more minute, 'cause I just wanna come down. I wanna go back to how I used to be.
We are at the Forward Gaming signing and continuing with our theme today of discussing coaches and everything they do for the team. I wanted to grab our team director, you have a lot of titles, manager, okay, and the coach of Forward Gaming and talk to them a little bit about what they do for the team and what we can expect as they prepare heading into the TI qualifiers. So to break that down a little, we're going to start with Aoi. First off, just want to ask, overall, what would you say your main purpose is as a coach?
I think my main purpose is to take the players' different ideas and try to like spread it around, or like try to sort of meld it into a theme that they can all agree with, and then make sure everyone's on the same page with that.
And does that put you, do you feel like you're more of the emotional manager if he is the strategic one?
I would say so. I mean, I don't talk too much about Dota, but try to keep people in a good mental state, I guess, and make sure everyone does what they're supposed to, more or less, and also back him up, because at times it's hard. It's Dota players. It's like herding cats sometimes, and so his job isn't easy, and we need to back each other up sometimes.
So as far as taking players' ideas and sort of condensing them, who would you say on the team has the most ideas and maybe needs to be the most controlled or brought down a little?
And it's like a...
Like, who has the craziest ideas?
Craziest ideas. No, I don't think anyone really has that crazy ideas.
Okay.
Like, I think I have some really weird ideas that don't work out very well. But
Okay, so you have the weird ones. So who yells at you when you give them really weird scrim ideas?
Well, I'm like the authority figure, and everyone looks up to me, so no one's allowed to tell me no. So we just do the same idea 5 times. It doesn't work. And I told them, you guys aren't good enough to execute my idea. And then we do it again and we lose. So that's how it works.
So that's why Jack's in control of team morale. Understood. You guys have a ton of fans here, all waiting for the signing and everything. What is that like? Because we are in Russia, you guys are an NA team, and what is it like kind of interacting with a different fan base?
We keep losing too fast, so we don't get to see the fans as much as we want to. But everything I've always heard about the Russian fans are they're super interactive. They're really cool. They're obviously passionate. I don't know why they want our signatures and stuff, but it's so nice. It's always nice to meet the fans,
Okay, so definitely you feel good moment there. Heading into TI, you guys do have to go into the qualifiers, and there's been a lot of talk with the DPC about burnout and scheduling and everything. So how are you guys mentally approaching that? Because you pretty much are going to fly home and have to play almost immediately. So how are you mentally preparing?
I don't know if we said anything specifically for that, like mentally prepare to qualifiers. Like this DPC season, you really don't get that many breaks. So it's a lot of just like grinding out, and like everyone knows like mental is pretty much just like, this is what matters, this is TI. So just give it everything you have, and hope you get lucky, I guess. Like, I don't know. I mean, hopefully you play your potential and you play well. But honestly, like, hope you have a good day,
All right, and so we've been ignoring Jack here a little bit. I know I've been focusing on Aoi for this. But he said he has a lot of crazy ideas. And as they prepare for TI, you're known for your own crazy pub ideas. Are you going to throw any into the pot there to help them prep?
Let's just say, the pot analogy, if you want to cook a good dish, you probably don't want too many of my crazy ingredients in there. So, I mean, it just keeps the game fun, and you can think about things different ways. At the end of the day, I think one of the things I've learned most from working with the team is that it's really often more of an art than a science. So a lot of conclusions are very opinion-driven. They're very experience-driven. They're not necessarily like totally fleshed out, where you have like a scientific method for getting to the bottom of things. And so that's a lot of how the ideas factor in. It just can be whatever you feel works, and you just roll with it.
All right, so heading into TI, they're going to do some idea cooking, maybe throw in one weird flavor at a time. Good luck to you guys, and enjoy the rest of the signing.
most of the time, a good observer will go unnoticed. When you have great observing, when you catch that moment that is 1 in a million, that's when the viewers will notice it.
We all kind of knew TNC as the up and down team. Sometimes they looked so good, sometimes just not good at all. And then September they added Gabby, January they added AU, and they started just taking off. It's starting to be a stable team. They are at the moment seemingly taking it all the way to the top, and here they are with their first top 4 finish at a DPC major. And they're playing against the crowd favorite Virtus Pro, who is also top 4, and they are not unfamiliar, but with the crowd here cheering them on, it gives it a little bit of extra fighting power for Virtus Pro. We're going to have TNC versus Virtus Pro here for the Epicenter Major. It's going to be the deciding slot for who's going to be left behind at 4th and who's going to move on to top 3 tomorrow. Here to talk to you all about it is Nahaz, Lacoste, Gods. Gentlemen, welcome back. And I want to just start straight up because there's been a lot of back and forth, and I kind of feel like people need to know who you guys favored, because I think maybe some people at home think it's going to be Virtus Pro, but I believe we've got some TNC fans on the panel.
TNC, who are they, Shiver? Me, fan? No, I don't know what you're talking about.
SCA Dota? No, Gods doesn't like that at all.
Why are you such a big fan of SCA Dota, Gods?
Why?
Yeah.
They're underrated. They, historically they had to overcome more to get to events. They have to, play in this region with these awful pub games. They don't often get qualifier slots for tournaments.
Don't we all have awful pub games?
Yeah, I mean,
dude, God, you're going way less ham on this than I thought. You're a fan of SCA Dota because it rocks. Because these guys are they're massively entertaining games. You get to see these players like DDZ that plays Invoker and just runs around the map killing 20 people before 15 minutes. It's just the style of Dota in this region has always been completely unique.
They let their Dota do the talking, not their egos. That's SCA Dota.
Amen.
Yeah, I mean, that says more than the 1,000 words, right? It's not a picture, but you know what is a picture, by the way? Well, there's a picture in your phone if you take it. I kind of envisioned that transition to be a little bit more smooth, but you get where I'm going. It's a contest. You take a picture of how you're watching Epicenter 2019. You use hashtag EpicenterGG, hashtag Dota2, and you have a chance to win some Arcanas. That's right. Make sure you get those tweets in, because we give away Arcanas every single day. You need to keep those tweets going, because otherwise we don't have any people to give Arcanas to, and that would be a shame.
Yeah, we're just getting rid of old Arcanas. New Arcanas are coming. Earthshaker. We don't need the Legion Commander, Zeus. We got
Lena's especially.
Yeah, especially Lena. We want to get rid of those.
No one wants a Lena Arcana these days.
If we could, we would recycle those for Battle Pass levels, but we can't.
If it was possible.
But you can buy 2 Battle Pass bundles this weekend.
Only 7 hours left. I don't know.
Really?
There you go.
That's 7 hours left. Guys, viewers, quick, get your second one now. It's the best deal you can imagine.
I'm trying to set you up. This is the man that wants the TI invite. Come on, Lacoste.
Sell out and chill for Valve.
I mean, you should use this chance. It's a once in a lifetime, at least the last 24 hours. Sell your other items and just get everything you can and buy it.
While you're at it, check out the latest great game on Apple and Android. AOS, whatever it's called. Check out Dota Underlords.
Underlords.
Underlords, yes. Dota Underlords, fantastic game. Underlords is actually so addictive. The death of productivity.
I'm so worried about this. That game is like crack. I had never played auto chess. You guys showed me how to play the other day. Oh my god.
As an economist,
it's over.
I could see you loving that game.
And I like that you can play it on the go as well. Just in a shuttle, you know.
Yeah, we're heading back to the hotel after a day of work. Everyone gets to their phone. There's Wi-Fi on the bus.
Yeah.
Underlords? Okay.
But you can also play versus bots, and if you then close your phone and close the app afterwards, you can.
Yeah.
Do you want to continue with your bot game? Okay, I'll do that.
Right.
All right. We're here to talk about a different game from Valve, and no, it is not Artifact. It is Dota 2. It is TNC versus Virtus Pro. Exciting series to come, and I was actually serious. I am curious to hear who you guys favor in this matchup, because I think for a lot of people, after what we've seen today and the rest of the tournament, it's not really clear who comes out as a favorite for this matchup.
TNC have played better Dota. TNC right now look like the better team, but it's still VP, and I think that's where you can't just look at the pass of this tournament and be like TNC a favorite. You have to consider, hey, it's VP. These guys are one of the top 2 or top 3 teams in the world.
Virtus Pro is not in their TI form, so I'm going to give maybe...
Is that a good thing? Or?
That's a good thing,
Oh.
yeah. So I'm going to give them 5 to 10 more percent over TNC, even though I've been underestimating TNC for quite some time, and they really grew on me. The boys can really play some amazing Dota. And after the new coach, everything is just gelling together. It feels like a completely different team. The boys are playing good. The individual skill was there. We're not trying to take anything away from them. But with the Heen, it was just the piece that was missing, I guess.
Yeah, I completely agree. I would actually favor TNC going into this series. I'm with you, like 55-45, somewhere like that, just because it would be one thing if this were a team, and it's a storyline that we've talked about a lot, Coach Heen coming in, this team looking like all of a sudden they come together strategically. They're very, very sound, where that had been a weakness before. But these are players that have a history. We have seen Armel at TI matching up against no one and other players of that caliber in line, blow for blow. We know that these guys can play Dota at the Tier 1 level, and we're just that sort of one piece gelling as a team away from being a Tier 1 squad. And the TNC, I'm sorry, watching their replays, the TNC that I have seen at Birmingham and at this tournament so far is a Tier 1 squad. But again, you want to be the best, you got to beat the best. We haven't necessarily shown, they haven't shown that they can get over the hump. Their losses at Birmingham, 2-1 against DG, 2-1 against Secret, they looked like they were competing, but you have to ultimately be able to get over that hump.
You do. I mean, do you want to add something to that?
I mean, I'm just excited to see TNC play. Don't really have much to say. Am I meant to be talking on an analyst panel? I just want to be a fan for once. But no, I mean, I love watching TNC play because it is very unique. It's kind of the SEA style of playing Dota. I think they're very distinct as far as that region goes.
And I do agree that since he joined, you know, they've basically been stepping it up a notch. But at the same time, they were kind of already on the rise before that. And I'm curious, what makes a team all of a sudden go from, you know, they're good with individual skill and they can look quite okay. What makes it go from there to stability monstrous beast? Is that the patch that they're playing in? Is that just really good for them right now?
So there is a little bit of that. I think the tournament meta that we've talked about so many times already, about these constant skirmishes, the drawn-out fights, the uptime and always being ready to go, that does favor a team like TNC that likes to be constantly putting on map pressure, that likes to fight, that likes to be active, over teams that like to sit back a little bit more and play defensively. But again, I think, like you said, the trend was already there for TNC, and they just needed that catalyst.
Yeah. The other part is also that kind of slight shake-up even in the roster itself. Like, they played the start of the season with Ninja Boogie. They've, you know, been on and off with Cuckoo for various different reasons at different tournaments. And then they've also brought AU back onto the roster more recently. And I think those are things which, you know, you go through this phase with a new roster that's really gelling where you suddenly look way better as well. And I think that's kind of where TNC's at. That's where Liquid's at, you know, bringing in Weeha. It's kind of just rejuvenated the team. Bringing in a new coach just adds a new voice, someone who's motivated to do well again. You know, he won a TI with Liquid several years ago, and he's looking to prove that it wasn't just because he was on Team Liquid. So the whole team looks very motivated right now.
I think in the previous series against LGD, you can show how much they grew, especially with these drawn-out fights where they go in and out a couple of times. The fights last for 2, maybe 2+ minutes. They don't want to commit fully to anything, and they're more serious, and they are not taking too many risks.
No, not at all. And I want to put our attention a little bit on Virtus Pro as well, because they are also a team that has 5 incredibly talented individuals, and they felt like they needed a boost, a new insight. They got Arzik as their coach, started the season, and I mean, they've been doing real great as well.
Yeah, we on the panel also thought the same. We need a new boost, so we got Arzik on the panel as well.
Yeah.
Like, this is not working out. Let's bring him in.
Yeah.
It's already kicked, but you know.
I think one of the reasons why they like to play Silencer is because in one of his older teams, he also loved to play it, even though when he was not that popular, pretty much it was him and Poppy just playing the hero. But it brings so much to the table.
So what are we thinking about Virtus Pro and their form? I know that you say, you know, they're not a TI form, and we know their approach to trying to keep things fun and you know, just to still play Dota, still keep their skills up to date, but not really go for a whole burnout scenario that they had last year. How do we feel like they're managing this so far? Their balance. It's all about balance.
They seem in a pretty good place. Like, as far as where they're at this tournament, they've played overall pretty good Dota. They've had a few shaky games and moments here or there. I think Game 2 versus Alliance is one they'll look at where they didn't maybe play the best early game, but overall, you know, you're in the top 6 of the last major of the season. TI already secured. They're probably just looking to balance their expectations a bit.
Also, like they've kind of brought in a little bit of a strategic variation in their drafting in the last 5 or 6 series, in that they're first phasing these 5 position supports that put a lot of pressure on the enemy core. So when you talk about first phasing the Shadow Demon, the Winter Wyvern, those are 2 supports that put a lot of anti-BKB pressure on these big Svens and Trolls that we've seen so much of in this tournament. And then we saw the Silencer, anticipating that Alliance was going to rely on that Koikba Storm, which had been their most picked hero. I really like that in a meta where we've seen first phases dominated by these offlaners and these 4s like Grimstroke, sometimes a 5, of course. I like this idea of VP that we're not going to use our bans on those big cores. We're gonna pick a hero that already puts pressure if you choose to go in that direction.
One thing I like about the VP is that they will run at you no matter what. And this is the team that I think is having the most fun when they're playing together. There's no doubt about it. You can check it with just the sound wheel. And I mean, overall, this team only needs one mistake that enemy team will make, and they will be back into the game no matter how far they are behind.
That's very true. I have a quick question. We're waiting for the teams to get ready to walk on stage. And I am not allowed to ask the question. We're going to see the answer. I'm going to tell you what I was talking about after the player walk-in. So let's get TNC and VP on the stage.
За кулисами с альянсами, они поздравили команду Virtus.pro, потому что тоже довольны тем, что уже прошли на International. Они мне сказали, что все прекрасно понимают, и команды, и зрители, и поклонники вообще всей доты, что для Virtus.pro конкретно очень важна победа на домашнем мажоре. Ну и что, мы уже, наверное, готовы позвать тех самых ребят, которые сейчас обе команды очень хотят победить.
Это и сделаем. Единственное, помню такой факт, что перед игрой мне удалось увидеться с Пашей ненадолго. И он говорит о том, что TNC немного попортили им крови на Весге, поэтому эта игра может стать своеобразным реваншем. Пора встречать команды на этой сцене, и первыми мы приглашаем наших гостей в Филиппины, команда TNC Predator. Встречаем!
TNC Predator.
Состав, представляющий Филиппины. Сильная команда, без всяких сомнений. Ведь именно они обыграли действующих чемпионов Эпицентра. И именно это та команда, которая, если почувствовала свою игру, навряд ли уступит. Спасибо им за то, что они здесь, но...
Но есть еще одна команда, которая тоже отлично чувствует эту игру, и она доказывает то, что это действительно правда на этом турнире. Друзья, вы готовы позвать их сюда? Да, встречайте Virtus.pro!
Virtus.pro. Solo. Pasha. No one. Roger. Ramzat. Virtus.pro.
Virtus.pro versus TNC. Winner moves forward to face Liquid. Loser will stay behind in 4th place. And to be honest, I'm just hoping that the series will be an exciting one, because I know both of these teams can bring some exciting Dota to the plate, and I hope that's going to be the case. By the way, the thing that I was talking about is that yesterday when we were talking with Arseek, we saw, it was Gambit versus Alliance, and we saw both Loda and Bulk walk on stage with the players during the walk-ons, and he's like, no, I'm not gonna walk on with the players, and he didn't, and neither did he. So that was my question, and that also was the answer.
All right, next topic.
Next topic, but I do feel like a coach should. You know, I feel like right now a coach is such a big part of a team. They should be there with the walk-ins.
I think it's, again, my point about coaches has always been that the role of the coach is going to vary a lot, and that the main job of the coach is to be the resource that the team needs at that particular moment. And some guys are going to need to take part of that spotlight, and some guys are going to be more in the background, and that's totally okay.
That's a very reasonable answer, actually. All right, let's talk Dota. I want to know what you guys think of the heroes that are going to be picked, the heroes that are going to be banned, the most contested heroes of TNC versus Virtus.pro. And I'm sure, Nahaz, you got some stats for us as well that you wanna put out there. You want to take the lead in this one?
Sure, a lot of variety. TNC has opened with 8 different heroes in their last 4 drafts. You're going to see teamfight opens. We've seen an AA Venno open from them. I think the only team in that tournament that has played that. Obviously, we got to talk about the Sven as a hero that we expect to be heavily contested again in this series. One thing I didn't mention for Sven when we were talking about the last series, that hero coming into today's games in this patch, 37 and 19 in games that end before 40 minutes, only 17 and 18 in games that go past the 40-minute mark. So it is a hero that puts you on a bit of a timer.
Yeah, it is known that Sven is not the greatest super late game hero, especially if you have good heroes to kite him with. That's why we see those Winter Wyverns, those Shadow Demons even being first pick. Anything that goes through the BKB is good. A couple of other heroes that stand out that are played over 10 games. Enigma, 80% win rate. Same goes for Io and Gyro, of course, because they're paired up together. And I think one of the best heroes right now, Omni Knight, with the 70% win rate. This hero does so much, and I was trying to think of a counter to an Omni Knight, even though if you can close the gap to him, he does so much. You can still survive through initial burst, especially if you pair him up with another hero who has any kind of saving capability. So it's really hard to take a fight against an Omni Knight in general. He also has a GPM talent on level 10, so he's going to get the item.
90 GPM.
Yeah.
Like that's like pretty insane, especially when you're a core. You get level 10 so fast. Like there's a reason why most heroes with GPM talents are 5 positions, because GPM talents are the most broken level 10 talents in the game. They're just straight up good. But how you were signaling like no Omni Knight, is that the please ban Omni Knight?
I was going to tell you, I have a great counter to the Omni Knight. It is called the ban button. I do not want to see that hero in the series.
The alternative is playstyle. You have to play more. You don't fight into it. You play split push. The hero has no catch, doesn't push waves out. That's where, like, you look at what some of these teams do with Ember Spirit, where he's always pushing out waves, cutting waves. Like, that kind of thing works very well against Omni. But it's on a hero counter. It's a playstyle counter.
Yep. But if you have Omni, you also have a superior team fight. So this is why I like DP being paired up with an Omni, because you're facing enemy team to fight into you, because you're gonna stand, especially against the tier 3 towers. Like, you need to take that fight if the lanes are in good position for you, and also you need to pick position 4 and 5 that have any kind of catch, because Omni Knight doesn't provide any.
I mean, we're talking about Omni, we talk about DP. The hero that TNC have been first stage picking has been AA, so that's like just straight up a counter in some sense, having that Ice Blast. So it's a possibility TNC leave it in. TNC themselves are actually a team who play Omni, so this is two teams who are both willing to pull out the Omni Knight. It's not. I don't think it's a straight up first pick hero regardless. You're more likely to see, the 5 position first pick from VP into a second pick Omni.
What happened to Razor? That's what I'm wondering, because every single time there was an Omni, Razor was being counterpick.
Yes,
at least in the aim.
Yeah,
I mean,
when Omni was like a
that was more. Yeah, that was more about the laning phase matchup. I just don't think that hero. It just doesn't do enough in this meta. Especially, it just doesn't. It doesn't scale at all.
The biggest problem is dispel. Like, you need to dispel the GA with something.
Right.
We've seen Alliance try to do it with Brewmaster in the previous game. Sven is good to one extent. With level 15 talent, so you can actually focus people
You don't have
down,
to if you
Shadow
have magic
Demon.
damage, though. But the problem is most drafts these days, it feels like a very heavy physical damage.
Yeah, but if you have a lot of, if you have, let's say, 3 disables, and he puts his second ability on, that's like one disable.
Yeah, you see these
You're
winner's
wasting
curses
time.
that last like 2 seconds, right, after the Heavenly Grace. I don't know. Part of it, guys, is as you talk about the playstyle counters, part of it is that we just haven't seen the heavy split pushing playstyles have that much success at this tournament. It's been much more about skirmishing. It's been much more about putting pressure by getting kills in the mid game and converting those into objectives.
It also depends how you're playing early game. Let's say you have 2 tier 2 towers and you're grouping up to push mid lane. And they have no tier 2 towers, so you can go for tier 3s, and your tier 2 towers will still be able to deal some damage and just slow them down.
As long as we're talking about heroes and skirmishes, there's 2 heroes that I was expecting other people to pick up on. Pango is one of them. VP has played it once successfully, and someone else lost with it, I think, was Alliance, but you've only seen it twice. It's not that bad of a hero, and like, even with the nerf, right? Should be still decent.
I don't necessarily think that's a nerf. Silence is a big thing, because, I mean, he was OP when he had both silence and disarm. That shit was just straight up broken. But right now, the minus armor as well is also really good. And to be honest, I can't give you the answer why Pango is not big, because I enjoy playing the hero, and I think the hero is extremely good what he does, especially from position 4.
And then the other hero that comes to mind that we have seen, I think, only win, maybe 1 loss, Axe. We saw Liquid being so good on it.
Yeah. That's I mean, the way Liquid plays the BKB piercing disable, AoE BKB piercing disable on the relatively short cooldown is so good. But that's the thing, Liquid's really the only team that's had any success with it.
Kids these days are competing who has a bigger Seb.
Yes. Was different back in the day.
Yeah.
Wow.
Other competition.
Somebody
going
just said
on
kids these days on a panel, and it wasn't me.
Lucas is old. He's been around. I didn't even realize how old you were.
I look young.
Yeah, you do. You do.
It's the memes. They keep you young, dude.
Yeah. Oh man.
Now the other thing, apart from heroes, that I think we ought to talk about is just Tim's has had a hell of a tournament and is a hell of a player. I brought this up the other night before TNC series. You look at 167 players with 150 more LAN appearances all time. There are only 4 guys that are above 14 assists a game. Talk about Fade and GH being number 1 and number 2. Yapsor on that list as well, and Tim's is on that list. This kid is legit. He is a tremendous asset at the 4 position, and it's a great matchup again for him in Roger, a guy that it felt like he put this VP team over the edge in terms of their major winning form last year.
Yeah, in case anybody missed Game 2 of TNC versus PSG LGD, that is a must-watch game, I think, especially if you're a fan of Tim's, or if you want to become a fan of Tim's. Just watch the highlights of that game. You'll be a fan for life.
The great thing with Tim's, that he's a guy that maybe isn't that well known by Western fans, is he's been doing this for a while. Like, you go back many TIs ago, he was doing he had some amazing Earth Spirit moments, and he does this in these big matches on LAN. TNC as a team have never, always actually performed better on LAN as well. Unfortunately, last season they would just lose all their online qualifiers to Team Faceless, but it's great to see them come to these big events because they really step up their game. Big playmakers like Tim's on Enigma, Earth Spirit, all his signature heroes, ET, Earthshaker. He's an amazing player to watch.
And I don't want to flame because obviously both are great players, but when you talk about SCA 4s, it's generally DJ that gets all the hype. Numbers-wise, Tim's has had the better season.
It is time. Draft has begun. Does it also mean that we want to see Tim's and Roger be on the same type of heroes? Are they going to compete a little bit there in that position 4 hero pool?
Nice.
Omni-Knight
got
Get it out.
Omni-Knight out.
I mean, that's a first pick material, right? I'm not even kidding. This hero is so good right now.
I think both 4s, I mean, they are very instrumental to how their team plays the game. They have slightly different hero pools. I would say the Enigma being something that we don't really see Roger pull out all that often. And we'll see what comes out. I think Shadow Shaman's maybe another consideration, but other than the Shaman, it's normally those ganking 4s, the Earth Spirits, some of those Nyx Assassins we saw.
Spirit Breakers.
Already a big decision for TNC here. VP having first pick. Do you leave the IO in the pool?
This could even just be a series where IO is ignored.
Yeah, do both of them play IO? Because is it not one of those position 4s that we don't really like on the most active?
Yeah, it feels like when you have a great position 4 player, you don't want to waste him on IO.
But again, I think that depends a lot on your 5 because picking IO, you shift a lot of that playmaking burden onto your 5 position player. But I like this point that Gods made earlier about the addition to AU to this TNC roster that's gone largely unnoticed. He's the kind of 5 position player that I'm a lot more comfortable, along with Solo, of course, the veteran, asking to do a little bit more in order to enable my carry with the Wisp pick.
Well, that's probably the decision TNC have to make, is ban IO or not. And it's game 1 of best of 3. It's one of those things where this will kind of set a lot of the scene for what's to happen in the later games. It could be, IO's first pick worthy. It could be that he's untouched the entire series. It's not much like Chen is often untouched.
Yes. In terms of other heroes, by the way, other than IO still in the pool, Warlock comes to mind as well. And we've seen a lot of Mars first phase banned, but he's not really been picked at all. Like, if he is banned, he's banned first phase. If he's picked, I don't know. I have not seen him picked yet.
It seems the teams who have a Mars player know how to use the hero. And others, if you haven't showed Mars at this point in the tournament, I don't think you ban it until you lose to it.
It's mostly banned out against Vici Gaming or Alliance because they know how to play with them, and both of these teams rate Centaur really highly, and they don't want to play Centaur into Mars.
VP with the first phase Oracle ban, perhaps considering Darkseer as part of their first phase draft.
And there's a lot of heroes left in the pool. Like, we've seen Centaur banned almost all day long. Darkseer's still there. Darkseer got banned, It's a very annoying hero to play against. It really limits what you can pick for your safe lane to play against those Darkseer +1s that just cut the weight behind your tower and put a lot of pressure on your safe lane carry.
There's still Grimstroke Doom combo. I love Doom as a response to Centaur because he's your primarily target in a team fight, and with Grimstroke you have to. Like, you can't just Doom the other target because he's going to use Stampede and they run away.
I think I'm off the Doom train, though. He is 1-7 in this tournament, and a lot of those games have just been ugly. And TNC with the Batrider already banned, with the Oracle already banned, they're going to go Batrider.
That's the same concept. I mean, you just need a catch. You need to grab Centaur and kill him so he can't pop his ulti.
And this is the hero I really want to see Kuko on as well. It's one of his best heroes. He can be a big playmaker. He can push out lanes. He can find kills. He can get very active on the map. It suits him very well.
So do VP dip back for the Warlock here?
So far hasn't been their preferred go-to 5.
Okay, Shadow Demon. Again, this has been the staple of their last few series of drafts. It puts so much pressure on these BKB reliant cores like the Troll that's still in the pool for TNC.
It's their comfort pick, and it's also a great hero against the Batrider. You have a built-in save as well, so pretty good overall.
I still think VP will be considering the Nyx Assassin as you go into that second phase.
Yeah, you're playing against Batrider. Definitely.
I even like it against Grimstroke.
Good. Yep.
So TNC, they need to ban out good heroes against the Batrider. Maybe Lifestealer, Juggernaut. These are always heroes that come to my mind.
Imagine the TA still very much on the table for TNC.
Ooh, yeah, TNC, maybe, yeah. I don't know if VP want to consider against the Batrider, even if it's not going to lane against you. It's just annoying, problematic hero, either way. And TNC ban out Slark, just something we've seen numerous times on Ramsey, and that's another carry that matches up well against the Batrider, not just, Lifestealer, Jug, Slark.
Yeah, Slark is good in the laning stage against the Batrider, but not at the first couple of levels. Like that hero is like, if you misuse your Q, you can just straight up die.
It's not an easy lane by any means, but Slark also, once you get to mid game, very good against the Batrider.
You just help the Slark like level 1 and level 2, and and then he just destroys.
Getting a lasso off on a Slark, you never want to lasso him unless you know 100% Dark Pact is on cooldown. It's just so hard to play into that hero.
Well, the other thing is we've seen a lot of like these beefy tricores. We've seen a lot of like Centaur, Sven, Omni tricores where these heroes just, they stand in the front lines, yes, but they also are feeding Slark Essence Shift stacks.
I think there's a hero I really like Armel on. That's one of his best is Kunkka. It's always nice against Centaur. You can't just stampede away when there's an X initiation. So if you get gone on by an X boat into a Tarn, there's no escaping until afterwards with the Stampede.
Seems like TNC is trying to focus on some Ramses bans.
Yep.
Any that should still be banned? Morphling comes to mind, perhaps?
For sure. Troll is still a hero that we like a lot.
Io and Gyro are still in the pool.
Still in the pool.
I will be so surprised if that duo goes completely by the wayside in this series. It is 7-3 thus far in this tournament.
Would you then ban the Io, or would you ban the Gyro?
You ban the Io.
I think we'll see neither ban, just because it's just so team specific.
You ban the Juggernaut.
It's 7-3, but it's what, 3 different teams who have played Io Gyro? How many teams? Like the number of teams who are playing it is small. It's not like something that is in every team's kind of go-to.
Oh, that's not a hero that we've seen a lot of. And with the Batrider already on board, you imagine this is a little more likely to be a support position, Nature's Prophet. Although we have seen it run safe lane in the past.
Yeah, it's an interesting support duo. They have very little stuns and lockdown between Grimstroke and Nature's Prophet. Very much picked for the lanes.
It's not been very successful.
That's true.
And they're a bit squishy on TNC right now. Like all these 3 heroes are kind of paperish.
I still think Io Gyro is just sick here because you got a 5 and a 3 that have plenty of disable. But Nyx Assassin still is amazing for Roger.
Sometimes Roger is the one playing the Shadow Demon.
True. And they've even run it. Hey, they've even run it Pasha in the past, although with the Centaur on board, not here.
Yeah, and it seems like the only time that VP did that was when they also got their hands on the Omni Knight and put the Omni Knight on position 5.
One of the heroes that is forgotten and still good in the laning stage against Batrider, a Phantom Lancer, because they banned out Slark and Jog. It's still an open option. We'll see how this draft develops, but you can always sneak him in as a 10th pick if they don't have too much AoE. Yeah, you can see Ramses. He's saying like, yeah, this is a good Phantom Lancer game.
And he's lip reading. Good man, Lacoste, next level.
Not just lip reading, but understanding Russian is what I'm more impressed by.
Я буду играл Lancera. That's what he said.
And now as TNC, you really have to think twice about any kind of BKB reliant core because you now have two supports that both crush BKBs.
Yeah.
You need something like a Storm here. Mobility.
Storm definitely. I mean, Storm could be good for either team right now.
Yeah.
The other hero VP played last series, which looks solid, is the Death Prophet. I think Death Prophet's just a good all-around hero right now. Gives you an objective taker, and is something.
I would love to see some kind of a save.
VP.
I would love to see some OD maybe on side of TNC.
Boy. I think that's asking for trouble. So the other. So we talked about the Sven stat split in this patch. Troll's the opposite. Troll is 10 and 25 in games that end before the 40-minute mark, 14 and 9 in games that go past that mark. I think the Troll pick here really goes away from a lot of the TNC strengths.
They have a lot of ways to deal with Troll, especially during his ulti with Shadow Demon, 2 spells, Spirit Breaker, or just a Stampede to run away. I feel like right now VP's lineup more saving potential, way too beefy for what TNC has right now.
The one thing the Troll does bring to the table, he's one of the best carries on the laning stage. Like he's very powerful with his spells there. And looking at these supports and other heroes, like TNC have the makings of a lamp that can win a lot of lanes right now.
Oh, I don't know. I think Shadow Demon, Spirit Breaker give you a lot of flexibility in terms of your lane configuration. You can tri-lane that if you want to. And then the Leshrac is a perfectly good 1v1er in either the mid or the safe lane. Obviously, we expect him to be mid in the hands of no one this game.
I feel like with just these 4, I'm not afraid to say no matter VP picks last, I'll still favor their draft.
I think I was going to say largely the same. I think that through 4 picks, this is a fairly massive outdraft by VP. I'm reluctant only because I feel like TNC might have some cheese in their back pocket here. I don't believe they're a Meepo team.
Cheese.
They pulled out Bristle.
But yeah, there's
their damage is pretty limited. Bristleback works fine against Slash because he usually builds into both Crimson or just Vanguard and Pipe. And their damage is limited. The one thing they have is a Soul Catcher against Bristleback, so maybe they should ban it out. They could still put Troll Warlord on mid. And this could imply that it's a BB because OD ban.
Yeah.
Still, I just don't know that.
The cheese might just be like a Kunkka pick because that's the TNC. I mean, it's not cheese, but I think that's more likely. TNC's not really been a team ever that just looks towards these more gimmicky gotcha picks to end their draft.
Yeah, I think the Kunkka is just more likely because you're kind of with the Kunkka pick, you're kind of saying, look, we know that the Troll is countered late game, but we're comfortable enough fighting with our other 4 heroes in that mid game time frame, and the Troll's just a damage dealer.
And it's normally still Gabi that plays Troll, and then Armel is a phenomenal Kunkka. So.
Where's the lockdown? If Virtus Pro picks something like a Morph here for Ramses, like where's the lockdown? Or Weaver? There's no...
There's no lockdown whatsoever.
Yet. No lockdown yet. Still 1 pick to go. Is there 1 pick that is like the end-all, be-all?
Kunkka's beat this dead horse, but it gives you lockdown, initiation, and catch. You've got okay already with the Batrider. It's not enough on its own.
It's a really long
DK
cooldown.
maybe. Yeah. DK could be an option as well.
I'll still throw Storm in there, but yeah, I like the Kunkka. Okay,
Ooh,
DK, good call. You and Lacoste with your DK calls, man. You guys have been money.
When you get 10th pick DK and there's no damage, it can be like, well, it kind of is a cheesy pick in certain games. This game they have enough damage. There's Soul Catcher, there's Leshrac. It's still a good DK pick, but it's not one of those, oh god, they just picked DK. How are we gonna ever kill him?
Yeah, they were limited on single targeted spells during Grimstroke ulti, and now gonna have 2 more besides the lasso. So. A bit, I love the Dragonite as a 10th pick, but overall I feel like Virtus Pro, the aggression that they can put on, especially with the core Lashrac, these towers, and Spirit Breaker, they can be all over the map.
All factors considered, you'd go for VP?
Yeah.
Okay. How about you, Nahaz?
I favored TNC before the series, but I like this VP draft a lot more. 70-30 VP.
Copycat.
70-30?
That is...
Whew.
Bunch of doubters. Game after game, TNC proves everyone wrong except Vici Gamer. We're going to ignore that one. Doesn't count. TNC 90-10.
Yeah, baby.
90-10?
I've just around that.
All right. I mean, I hope you guys are not betting.
I can backtrack. There's still a 10%. I can backtrack after I'm wrong.
You can backtrack all you want. We are about ready to head to that first game of the series, but I will first say thank you to Twitch for being our broadcast partner, and I will also say thank you to Toby and Lizard for bringing us some commentary.
Hi everybody, welcome to the Casas area. I'm Toby1. I am here with Amazing Lizard, first time ever in the history of Dota. You know, it's because we understood like there's a lot of like Balkan pride coming out from this tournament. Yeah, Lacoste, and there's Lacoste, and there's Lacoste. According to Reddit, there's Lacoste. So now we have you.
Yeah, we can't have a Croat stream like casting without a Bosnian joining in as well. Like that's it. That's basically it.
Yeah, but I'm very happy to have you up here and your professional opinions. What you think in the DK as well?
Yeah, DK looks really strong. It's a solid way to finish out their lineup, and I like it. At the same time, I think what's really interesting is this Weaver pick. 0% win rate out of 3 games. I instantly called it. I disliked it. I understand why they did go for that Weaver. It's one of the heroes that always works really well versus the Batrider.
Yeah, and I am with no lockdowns or no like hard lockdowns just yet. Maybe Ramses is able just to be that unstoppable force on the Weaver, and that does put then the Leshrac, so no one gets to play the Leshrac in the mid.
Definitely. Weaver is a hard hero to kill, especially when you have no lockdown, right?
Yeah.
And they do not have a lot until this DK or the Batrider gets a mobility item, like a Blink Dagger or something similar. So it should be a very easy game in which you can let this Weaver solo lane on this bot lane after giving him a little bit of advantage, and then create a lot of space over the map with that Leshrac.
So we're talking like Verse Pro is going to find this space, they're going to find these items and the timings, but like TNC, we've already seen that earlier today. Gauze dismissed it and said it was just those things. Like TNC, they play fast, even if the draft doesn't feel fantastic for them. Is VP going to be ready for that? Weaver sometimes can feel very lackluster. Yes, you can dodge, but can you find the farm? Leshrac needs items to survive in these engagements, and Centaur needs to be more than just a stampede. Can TNC play a faster rate than Virtus Pro?
Well, you just said it. TNC loves to play fast, but you know, Virtus Pro, they're one of those teams that started doing that. CIS was known as the scene in which you play fast. It's all about these early aggression and early game kills, and I believe Virtus Pro can match that. I'm yet to see a Weaver win, though. So.
Oh, okay, sure. It's like, so they can play fast, but the odds are against them. Mr. 70-30 on the panel.
We have some very awful statistics for for TNC actually from Nahaz. At the same time, Ramses is on this bottom lane and he's facing the tri lane. He's not facing that Batrider, which is a really good play by TNC to set up their lanes this way and to dodge out that Weaver.
Solar, okay, I kind of want to watch him because I'm wondering like how he'll try and move around inside the lanes. Obviously, he's got his charge available. Weaver's already moving, so yeah, lane rotation out, switch it up so Solar can get some solo experience on bottom. This can't be the full plan. Like, is this really worth it? The amount of time you're going to trade this out, considering the maneuverability you can get.
At least you have these two heroes. One has charge, the other has Sukuchi, so you can rotate fast. And Solo did really well on this Baraturn. Few days ago, he had like a BKB and Vestal very early on teams.
Actually going after him. With the charge forward, it's going to push him in range, so you can actually get the, if Pasha wants, so if somebody doesn't, he went for the Retaliate to begin with.
They can't get this. They needed a few body blocks in order
fact,
to get.
Now they want to try and turn around on him. Slow him up, do some extra damage. So Pasha wants to join this lane, sure. He's got 2 stout shields and 6 tangos. So he'll be able to survive, but more space is being created.
Yeah, this is a very problematic situation for Pasha right now because you just arrived to this lane, but the equilibrium of the lane is completely controlled by TNC, as you can see right now. And on the mid lane, it's pretty even. You can't really zone out this DK, can you?
Oh, what are you going to do against him?
Yeah, he's
like,
just way too tanky.
You're going to harass him and get everything back, and then he'll just breathe fire to get his farm out in the lane. So, yeah, he's good. Charge coming at Cuckoo up towards the north. Roger's on his way up as well, so Shadow Demon, well, he's going to go with the poison. Starts the disruption. Here comes your charge forward. The timing. Oh, it was just a little too early on the disruption, but it may not matter anyway. Kuku's got so much sticky napalm on him. Oh, so much poison on him, sorry.
So much poison.
He'll actually end up going down. One last hit from Solo will do it. As First Blood to Virtus Pro, not the perfect timing you're looking to see from them, but it works.
Yeah, the execution wasn't perfect. It worked in the end, and that's all right. Bara is charging away now towards this mid lane where Armel, he is still very tanky though. I don't think that they have enough power, as we'll see.
If you can get the initial bastion, or bottom lane underneath the trees, Pasha really trapped in here. Tims, Gabby, and AU down in the trees.
Yeah, that's problematic. As I said before, the equilibrium of this lane has been shifted completely, and Centaur cannot play that game in which he's pulling towards the tower and messing with the creeps. Also, he's on his safe lane, so he doesn't have that advantage of creep skipping too, which is not the place where you want to be, and that's why he's level 1 at the moment.
And this is why you're going to be happy just to leave Gabby down here. Like, man, this guy's got 15 last hits and 10 denies to his name. Money will start rolling in. And top lane, Roger. Oh, the Bashers. Kuku just getting pushed away from Roger to get that kill. And then another one from Solo. Kuku couldn't get himself back over the tree line. He'll try and cut through. He's got stick charges to give him some extra life, but 3 stacks, and Solo just continues going underneath the tower. The Flame Brain will bounce around, so Solo will start to tick. And under the tower, Kuku might get a revenge.
Solo?
And Tims will arrive, looking for the experience and to ensure the kill. Solo will fall.
Yeah, that's the power of the Nature's Prophet. You don't have to use that port to get to the lane. Gets there, not really in time to save the Batrider, but at least he gets that counter kill on the Solo Bara term. It's still a position 5 Bara. Is it worth it? Not completely, but it's something for TNC at least.
They're charging again up towards top.
Speaking of aggression, man.
Yeah?
Yeah, like this lane, Virtus Pro, they're definitely bringing it. It's not TNC that are the ones always attacking. It's Virtus Pro.
Is Roger willing to spam out everything? And like, you do need to see that Nature's Prophet put down the wards. If they can see where this SB is coming, maybe TNC can start to react. But what's happening? Tims with 3 wards in his inventory is farming under Observer. Moves so far away, the Cuckoo just, plays in relative safety while no one getting ganked up. AU as well as Armel. Teaming up to catch out the Latrak in mid.
This is much easier to do for TNC than it is for Virtus Pro. So gank that mid lane.
Oh God, here we go again. Another charge. Just won't end for Kuku. He wants it with a flame break, at least to get some chip damage back into Roger. More poison being thrown out, and Roger will be the one to get the pop.
Yeah, he has died 3 times right now. He did feed quite a lot, but at the same time, Pasha is level 3 on that bottom lane, so he's not really, like, these 2 offlaners are suffering quite a lot. Tims does get that bounty. And so far, Tims is having a really good game, at least.
Hey, talk about suffering. Like, the net worth of the Centaur is actually beyond trash. SD has more net worth than the Centaur at the moment, and they're still in the bottom 3. Charge Solo into Armel under the tower. Support is coming in from the Grimstroke.
It's
so
just
VP
not
wisely
happening.
back up.
It's just not happening. Remember, during the draft, they were talking about Linas and squishy heroes on mid. DK is not squishy. That Bara term just cannot gank him. I think one of the best ways for them to do that is wait for the Soul Catcher from Shadow Demon and then go for him. Also, ulti from Shadow Demon is pretty decent versus the DK and the Troll. Another charge. And Solo passes by 9 Pasha.
It's kind of hilarious, though. It's like she a shot straight through Mel. Solo still headed towards the top.
Poor Batrider. I believe this one is for him.
Well, it is. Cuckoo is trying to run away, but disruption once again. More poison stacks. Support's going to arrive in the form of Tims, as well as AU. Maybe they got some slow, but Cuckoo continuously bashed up. Ramses and Solo maybe I keep going onto these 2 supports. Will anyone else come in to help out TNC? AU wants to find the kill on the support, but the silence up SD just moves away. Roger gets rid of the bug, and now moves in to turn around into this whole Grimstroke.
This is not a lane anymore for TNC.
No.
I believe you just have to bail this lane right now. With that catapult, they will pressure that tower. And you can see Cuckoo smoking up, going around, trying to farm their little triangle over here.
But no one's there as well.
No one scouts him, and this is Cuckoo. He has to be careful
Solo.
again.
Cuckoo's going to get down the hill. Solo will join him as well. Cuckoo can play around the Roshan.
Yeah, he's actually stuck right now, so
Oh, wow.
there's that little cliff there.
Wait, what?
You can't, like,
Hang
it's
on.
the worst place to be in. You have to wait for the charge, though,
One
so
second.
he's fine.
He'll charge himself over towards mid, and Cuckoo knows it too, giving him a little bit of the tip.
Yeah. At the same time, I believe we might see a tier 1 falling 2 on this bottom lane.
Yep.
Tims and Gabby make a quick work out of it because you see this, it's very symmetrical the way these two teams are playing. The offlaners are completely sacked, they're suffering. Pasha, just as much as that Batrider. Batrider right now a little bit worse, but they're both feeling like position 5s at the moment.
And you can see where he had to go, like Pasha crossed the river to get the farm. He actually double stacked so he could get the farm up.
Yeah, the one advantage that I do see for Virtus Pro over here is that they just need that Stampede at level 6. That will help them at least a little bit. While Batrider, he needs a few items first.
Gabby could see this coming in. Observer walls are pretty deeply placed by TNC. So as these tier 1 towers start to fall down, like the 3 observer walls they have planted will watch that SB charge. It doesn't help mid. It doesn't help top to be saved. He says it's going to be free. Ramses now takes the tier 1 tower.
Yeah, pretty much in this situation right now, if you are Virtus Pro, you want to be playing around their jungle, dire jungle, while TNC wants to play in the Radiant jungle. These two teams are playing very, very similar strategies at the moment. The midders should start rotating too as well, but they do want those tier 1s on mid first. Lashrak wants to take down the tier 1, and so does Armel.
Dragonform from Armel will help him with that. But he's not even going for like earlier arms, like it's a double bracer, then he's going into that Hand of Midas.
It makes him so tanky, those 2 bracers.
So he can just hold through, but it does mean his rotations only come through like a run at you kind of style. There's no early blink daggers, there's no jump initiations. And that's where TNC, like, it feels like they don't have that same power as Virtus Pro. You talk about them playing the faster timing Virtus Pro, like in previous metas, but the SB charge does enable that to happen.
Yeah, Virtus Pro, their heroes are just enabled with levels, right? You don't need a whole lot on them. On the side of TNC, you do need quite a few items on these heroes to start rotating and start working.
Good scan. They know that Armel is totally alone at this tier 1 tower. And with level 6 on Roger, the Purge is out, and DK, so difficult to kill. Kuko's just looking at this, and he knows, like, he's been on the receiving end of this Virtus Pro SmackDown train.
Kuko does not want to go anywhere near them right now. He needs some farm, and that DK, sadly, because his outer lane has been lost so hard, is the next one to fall. Soul Catcher also working in. Like, there aren't many heroes that can take him down, but
Tim can't escape. This is actually one of the worst games for Nature's Prophet.
Yes.
You get bug on you, you get charge on you, and like life is over.
You just cannot hide from these two. Weaver is so good versus the Prophet, and you can always get charged across the map, so you can't really split push
They're going again. You gonna look for a bit of an AoE stun, only able to connect over on Sullivan. Armel came in towards the shrine, and with the stuns, Roger's in a little bit of trouble, trying to walk it off, but Sticky Napalm's gonna connect, as well as the flame break. The burn damage would have got him, even if the breathe fire didn't.
Solo gets out, they do lose their position for Roger, but when they're playing like that, like this, Solo and Roger, they can trade buying wards a little bit. They don't really, like, Shadow Demon can buy a few so that the Baraturm is even stronger in the mid game. They do that sometimes so that the Spirit Breaker can get that early Vessel or even the BKB if they deem that's necessary.
And TNC is still making a lot of this map. Like the gold advantage is practically nothing. The 2 big cores from TNC through Troll and DK still rising with time. Troll Warlord, he did TP in towards the mid to be involved, but everything is going into finishing up this Diffusal Blade. Hand of Midas is done. Gabby actually has the casual Mithril Hammer, so he's going to finish up the Maelstrom first. They use in some trouble. He won't get the stun off, and Ramses knows just how much he can get away with.
Ramses is so fat right now. That Maelstrom, Blightstone 2 Raid Band, he owns this jungle, and you can't stop him. It's so good that they gave him that advantage in the laning stage, and that they did manage to get the lane versus the Batrider to just allow him to do this. Like, how many heroes can just wrap around the tier 1 on a DK? Position 1 heroes too.
Stampede, they're trying to push forward. Armel, primary target being charged in. It's a good breathe fire as well as the Soulbind. They can get the AoE done. Roger's having a hard time getting away from Gabby with the charge forward. Solo can't do much more. He got stunned up, and maybe now Virtus Pro too deep underneath the tower. It is still like the 2-for-2 trade-off. Ramses just chipping away from the back lines. That sentry came down way too late to see him Chikuchi away.
2-for-2 trade-off in which Dragon Knight did fall. On the other side, you lose the Lashrak, but Dragon Knight falls first, and the Batrider. I think it's still a little bit better for Virtus Pro because they are playing on the enemy side of the map too, and Pasha is getting some something out of it. He's getting some farm on this bottom lane, some levels, and you just had 3 heroes there, so it's pretty good.
And Ramses is just like, you said it before, like, it's just free for him right now. You can't contest the jungle, so you've only got the south side.
Yeah, this is a perfect game for him. Like a few days ago, we saw Nyx win versus the Lone Druid because it was a perfect game for Nyx. Nyx is in a really bad spot at the moment. I believe Weaver is in a similar state, but this is a really good game for him. So we'll see if Ramses is going to be able to use all the advantage and the resources that have been just injected into him in the early stage.
And then we see like what TNC wants to do in return. Like, you've got Troll Warlord with the Maelstrom, so he can just sit back and can continuously farm, but the rest of his heroes are not having the same type of fun. This Nature's Prophet doesn't have as much of a global presence. Solo, they should charge forward, going in, Cuckoo, Flame Break, trying to push someone closer, so potentially he's able to get a lasso with the double damage on Ramses. They just back behind that tower, say hi to Armel instead.
Yeah, you can see that TNC right now, they're just securing the perimeter, just farming on their own side of the map. They don't want to fight, actually. They understand that this Batrider, he needs an item. He needs at least these travels that he's going for. And their power spike is going to be with that Blink Dagger on the Dragonite, because that will allow them to actually take care of this Weaver or anyone else that they jump on. It's going to give them that initiation that they desperately need at the moment. Right now, they're just letting Virtus.pro do whatever they want. They completely handed them the ball, and they're just waiting to see if they make any misplays.
Yeah. So far, VP are not. Pipe is done over on the Centaur. They're all grouped up together. And if TNC want to fight, they'll have to go against the entire lineup of Virtus.pro. And if you want to split push, well, you're just going to get charged down and hunted down. So
at least what they're doing really well is planting these wards. You can see that one next to Solo.
Hi, Solo.
They're just setting up this very defensive perimeter that you cannot reach with Virtus.pro. So in that aspect, they're buying themselves enough time to reach these critical items that they need to fight with. So far, they just lost 2 tier 1s. It's not completely bad for them at all.
Just need to steady the ship a little bit.
Yeah, Roger just farming a bit, no one doing the same.
Ramsey's just watching the bottom lane too. Like they're not allowing TNC to get any of their jungles to themselves. This economic, like, it feels like they're just being starved of the resources. It's about 2,000 net worth and about 2,000 in the experience as well. So it's not irreparable.
Like this situation right here is pretty awful for TNC because they've rotated 2 cores, they're 1 and the 2 to defend the tier 1 on the bottom lane, which means that the only place they can retreat to is this little triangle. But that means that both of these cores are farming there. Meanwhile, Roger is farming over here, Lash somewhere else. Like the whole team of Virtus.pro is just spread out and using the map a little bit better.
TNC is smoking, but Virtus.pro is grouping up to do exactly the same thing under their own shrine. Courier is coming out, so maybe this is a little too early. The 15-minute bounty runes is the target, and TNC trying to battle around the top.
Yeah, again, a very symmetrical movement from both of these teams. One trying to go for this tier 1 on the top lane, the other the bottom one. I believe TNC's smoke is a little bit more valuable for them because they don't truly want to fight Virtus.pro at the moment. Not just yet, at least.
See how quick they can be. Both sides fortifying up. But no matter what happens, there's still a tower trade-off. But TNC do push real quick. With DK and Troll, they burn through the waves, as well as the towers.
DK, Troll, and the Furion helping out, definitely pretty good for them. Meanwhile, Weaver is finishing that Linken's pretty soon.
Spirit Breaker is well behind the line. Sol put an Observer Ward down between the tier 2, tier 3.
Yeah, you can see how aggressive these wards are. The one behind the tier 1 before they took the tier 1, now behind the tier 2.
Bulldozers up, they're charging towards Gabby. Support from TNC. It is coming way too late. Oh, mainly because he's going to be dead. Roger actually creating some copies. Mel's had time to move over with the Breeze Fire, completely whipping, doesn't anybody. Gabby will fall, and now they just run forward. The quick Soulbind and double silence, but without the Troll Warlord, the damage feels very meh.
Yeah, these 2 tanky, manly boys do not care if they're soul-binded. They like it, actually. They retreat together and they go hit the tower.
I like your soul, man. You can bind to me any day.
There you go.
So you'll step to fill a Shrag, so now no one's got his own initiation methods as well. And what are you really getting in return? TNC still not strong enough to fight. They had a tier 1 tower trade-off, but you've lost your mid. So even the tower trade goes the opposite direction.
And you lost your Troll there, which is pretty damn bad for you. Now, also, I have to talk about timings. This Weaver, we talked about the Blink Dagger on the Bat or the Dragonite. That's all fine and dandy, but this Weaver is reaching that Linken's, and then you need an extra item to take care of him. And you don't really have a lot of ways of dealing with his Linken's, do you? What do you actually even have? You have the Lasso and the Dragonite stun.
Yeah, but you don't want to be popping your lasso over on that. And
Of
yeah,
course.
he's got double braces. You need duels. You
Of
need
course, you
even
need
Blink to catch out Ramsey out of
Force
position.
Like,
Force stop, that'll work.
This Batrider right now is not one item behind, but two. You need the Blink and the Force to catch this Weaver. I understand the travels on him completely, but...
Yeah, he turned this into a bit of a split, but he's got both in the quick buy. He's got both Blink Dagger as well as the BTs in the quick buy.
I think he needs to go for the Blink first. Like this BT, we'll see.
Yeah.
It helps him. It helps
There's
him
your
move
first
the map.
Blink Dagger. And he did still buy the BTs anyway, so Blink Dagger's on DK.
All right,
they have their initiation. The BTs are coming towards bottom lane. Armel wants to be the initiation over on Pasha, and then work with Batrider. He'll come through the trees. He sees nothing, and now Dragon Form, Blink forward, gets a Dragon Tail stun. Cuckoo starting with the sticky napalm and the flame break. They need to actually turn on the Firefly for this and drag Pasha back through. While in mid lane, you'll have your probably counter initiation. TP out won't happen. But it's a Grimstroke for a Centaur, and they're worth a hell of a lot different. 468 to the 215. The VP are moving towards Roshan now.
Definitely a better kill for TNC, but they did use the Dragon Form and they used the lasso, and that's why you see Virtus.pro instantly converging into that pit. I believe Centaur might have used the pipe and the Stampede there if he knew where the Batrider was before the lasso connected, but, you know.
It looks like TNC have no desire to fight this, but they're also not pressuring bottom tier 2 tower. Normally, when Roshan goes down from the Radiant side, you get that trade-off with the tier 2 tower on bottom, but right now, TNC, like, they don't feel like they can pressure it. Batrider is arriving. Firefly is going to be there. They have no vision to see this. The Observer from Radiant is too far away, so Cuckoo waiting for the time. SC sees him, however. Charge comes forward, and maybe they have it. Roshan gets it, but Ramsey, he's already got the Aegis Immortal. Cuckoo will fall. Tims try to go into this pit, but both will end up dying.
That charge was so perfect because not only did it push the Batrider away, but Tims, this little sneaky player, he tried to go and just teleport under Roshan, but he got connected with the charge instantly and just got bashed.
Very, very cheeky from TNC. And it doesn't pay off. Like, losing to almost no damage or negligible damage. I get words out sometimes, not all the time.
I wonder
to the tier 2.
What do you think if that Aegis on Weaver is even necessary? Does he die at this point? Can you actually kill that Weaver?
So this is definitely so Ramses can just go so far deep in. Like that's all he's looking for. He's going to try and soak up everything the TNC's got. If they fail any time lapses, he's just going to go in again. And he'll do it all over again.
There's a Russian word, solyara. It's everywhere here in the stadium. People are holding those panels with it. Basically what it means when you combine it to Ramses is it means 1v5. And I believe that's what he wants to be doing right now with this Weaver, just diving, going ham onto the high ground with his Weaver.
And he's going in. 1v3, almost under a sentry ward. What are you going to do? Blink stun me? That's not going to work. Yeah. I'm really with you on that. Like, it's funny, the BTs helped get the kill over on the Centaurs. You can understand the concept behind it. Both found their items. TNC will find a new one. It's a BKB over on the Troll Warlord.
Which is pretty huge as well.
Yep.
It's going to allow him to not get shut down once he uses that ulti. Like, last fight, he uses ulti, Shadow Demon disrupts him. But there is still Shadow Demon's ulti to work with, so
And he's not even meant to be the counter to the Weaver. He's meant to be the counter to the Leshrac at the moment.
Yeah. It addresses one of their problems, but still not all of them. They still have multiple problems that they need to deal with.
There's holes in the ship. Armel jumping in, but hey, what are you going to do? You're going to initiate? You've still got Stampede available from Virtus.pro in case things go problematic, but Solar's got Bulldoze. You can just walk away.
Yeah, and that Dragon Form is running out slowly but surely. Weaver again, just going into all of them.
God, Pash got every aura in the book. Hey, he's so tankable. Charges coming over towards Gabby. Cuckoo into the Firefly. Ramses won't dive under the tier 2 tower. They just want to take it first. This will be the last real...
Yeah, look at that. Centaur just stand, as you said. He's so tanky. He has that Crimson Guard and Pipe to work with. Can't really take him down. You can't really take down Ramses. TNC, they have to just purely outplay them in this next team fight.
And it's going to be in base.
Perhaps go on no one first somehow, but...
Look at Ramses. He just comes in. Backdoor protection. Don't care. Creep waves on the way anyway. And they just started up. AU's going to try and slow them. Fortification comes just a little bit too late to keep the creep wave alive, but maybe Centaur. Remember, he's got Crimson Guard as well as actually having the pipe, so he'll tank through everything. You can chain them up together, and Gabby, he just wants time to hit, and he's getting that time as well. They're actually beating through Pasha. I thought he was immortal, and he'll go down to Gabby, who can turn his attention over towards Solo, who will charge through. 3 heroes from TNC being hit, and you manage to get through one. Buybacks available, maybe expended, because VP are diving into your base. You need to be able to survive this. The breathe fire connects over on 4. Now the buyback comes in from Gabby. They will find the tier 4 towers. Sprout couching at no one. He'll use the split earth to try and break it free with the flame break. A bit of a slow. Nope, not going to happen. Ramsey just gets bumped. In fact, Ramsey gives the Lincoln Spear to no one, protecting him, and with the lightning turnaround, TNC, they thought they had the advantage. Now they're in trouble. Gabby, why is he always so low? He at least gets at the back line, gets one of these kills, but Gabby, he's now the new primary target. Cuckoo with the Fireflies actually causing some significant damage to Virtus Pro. Then maybe Gabby can try and work with it. There's one with the whirling axes. Ramses, he's so low, but does he really still care? He's Ramses. He'll move through Gabby with Shikuchi, and they find the kill right in front of him. AUCP in, but TNC is all falling over. Ramses on almost no life. He actually wanted to die.
That's the 1v5 I was telling you about. That's what everyone here is waiting for. And man, Virtus Pro, they play that fight so well. It's difficult to push this high ground versus these heroes. The Breath of Fire, there's Grimstroke with his Stroke of Fate maxed out, not Thinkspell, just out pushing and hitting you with these constant spells. They're just pesky to deal with. You're losing HP, but you bait them out. They baited them so far out that VP, they had the high ground, and then they turn, then they strike again. They make that troll die back.
Cuckoo, you want to TP in, you could die. Mel comes in with a breathe fire, but then his lead disrupted up, allows Ramses to finish the job over on Cuckoo. Now turning his attention over towards 2. Tim's is probably the easier kill, and Solo helps set him up. They are soul bound together, but remember Aegis, 1 second, it will time out. Ramses, he starts to regenerate, they can't even stop it, they can't even attack him. Now finally you get some kind of hit, but buybacks come thick and fast from TNC, but they are fountain diving Virtus Pro. They do not give 2 hoots. TNC, you can die at home. Tim's, he's almost dead, they're trying to reach him.
Yeah, they can just fall back right now and go for the tier Gs because, man, talking about aggression, this is what aggressive playstyle looks like. TNC, they're just caught breathless. How do you deal with this right now? Dragon Knight also buying back, coming back in. He has that dragon form. Perhaps you can sprout the Raxes, I suppose. They don't have Aegis anymore, so they gained a lot out of these few fights. So they will fall back, they will use that gold, perhaps take down the shrines. This is the proper way to do it. They're very disciplined as well.
Man, I give you props for trying to find something good from TNC. Most analysts will just be at this point go, you know what, Virtus Pro, they've totally got this. There is nothing that TNC can do, and you keep begging questions.
You can sprout the Raxes.
You can sprout.
You can do something. I don't know. Maybe they disconnect. Something can happen.
We just move on. Hey, it's a full best of 3. Like, hey, there's always a second chance. You push through. This is, of course, lower bracket, so there's no second chance if you lose the series, but man, Virtus Pro, they definitely have this game halfway in the bag.
Definitely.
But they're going to shove it the whole way down if they want to take game 1.
This is the problem that TNC is facing. They're reaching their items on time. The timing is completely off.
Here we go, TNC. They're going to bait around the runes. They break the Lincoln Sphere. Lasso as well. Ramses, he's so huge to kill him off. They have to bring him down right now. Ramses with the BKB, and Gabby's like, he is target number 1, but Ramses' timelines is out. And goes again, the split earth from no one. It hit Armel and Gabby. The cause can't do jack. They're on the run up, but the charge is coming back in from Spirit Breaker. You've already got 1. I think this is the game. DK's down for 75, Proba for 70, and they are just walking over him. GG is called. Virtus Pro take game 1. TNC threw one last roll of the dice. They went for Ramses, thought maybe if we can kill the raid boss, we can actually revive World of Warcraft, but it doesn't happen.
Even if you kill him right there, he has his buyback ready and waiting. He would time-lapse right back into that fight. It was very difficult for them to fight this Virtus Pro that was so ahead at this point. They just did not manage to reach their timing.
And this is exactly what this crowd turned up to see. Virtus Pro winning, Gambit. I always hope these guys are doing really well in the tournament, but now VP are the ones holding the torch, trying to get through into that lower bracket final. But man, TNC, they are still a fantastic team. Do not count them out. These guys can fight back. They just need a good draft. They need to be as aggressive. But Ben, we asked at the very start of this game, can VP be that aggressive factor? Can they actually step up to TNC's level? I think you know the answer.
They definitely proved that they can.
Yep.
This CIS squad, man, if you bring aggression to them, they will hit you even harder with the same amount.
Yeah, let me see more hard hitting. This game, this whole series is not done yet.
It definitely isn't, Toby. Thank you for that. And Lizard, of course, as well. Aggression, indeed. Virtus.pro can definitely bring that aggression. We saw that in the first game. Still here with Nahaz, Lacoste, and Gods. Gods, I'm sorry, you did give it the 10% for VP. They took it and they ran with it.
That's all they needed. Give VP 10%, and they'll turn that into 100%.
I think you just saw 1-0.
Oh, I cut off the
Yeah,
line.
Put the dash in. Perfect.
And I knew you had my back, Lacoste.
Oh, what a dominant game for VP.
Yeah, and it started as we're seeing in this top lane where the tri lane from VP was just in command from the start. It actually looked like TNC might be getting the advantage in the other two lanes as this DK of Armel got way out in front of no one, but of course the rotations eventually restore order.
Yeah, the key thing playing against DK is having magic damage cores, and that's exactly what Leshrac is. So many of these great 10-pick DKs have come when it's against two physical damage cores, like a TA and a Troll or TA Sven or something, and that's where DK shines. But you've got damage to kill him when you have magic damage.
The Rams is once you got that Maelstrom and just playing with the Shadow Demon and Spirit Breaker, the Soul Catcher, that spell is
I like that he went for it
good. Yeah,
before Lincoln.
No Lincolns, yep.
Like, he gets the Lincolns afterwards, because once you get that, you're playing against Bat DK and they can't stun you. But if you go Lincolns first, you play way too slow.
Yeah, you have no damage. And I mean, you're really squishy, but with 2 raid bands and the magic wand, like, you have some kind of a sustain. Also, this Shadow Demon hero. I mean, he maxed out the Soul Catcher. You can't really play it. He lowers your HP almost to half if you're full.
That's just the first pick Shadow Demon has been VP's solution in the last couple of series, and it's just looked so good. You know, not only the anti-BKB, anti-carry potential that he has with his ulti and his banish, but also the Soul Catcher as an answer to some of these super beefy cores that we've seen throughout the event.
Yeah, and Pasha, he did not have a good laning stage. He was forced to go jungle level 3 and still decided to be a huge factor in VP's victory, getting a Hood, getting a Crimson Guard, no need for Blink on a Centaur early on. It's kind of a waste because you can get one tanky item for the cost. And with no real lockdown for Weaver, it was just an extremely good Weaver game to start with, and Rams has just delivered.
Yeah, the 10th pick Weaver was just kind of the GG factor.
Yeah, I read that wrong. I thought it was a Phantom Lancer, but he moved his lips a little bit to the left. It just looked like a Phantom Lancer to me. I mean, they banned out the counters, they banned out the Slark, and what else was it? A Juggernaut? Yeah, so you need to have some kind of a good laner against the Bat Rider.
Yeah, that's one of the classic laning counters to the Bat. I mean, I still don't know whether Weaver is any good as a hero in general this patch, but he was just so good in this game.
Apparently it is. It's one of those heroes that I think we talked on the panel yesterday about how there are some heroes who are really not picked, but when there's a good chance of picking it, the hero can still look insanely good, and this is a perfect example.
Yeah, the heroes that, used to be the meta carries, but then all it took was a small nerf to make them not meta carries. But those nerfs were so small, they're still just fine when the game calls for it. Absolutely.
Yeah, and this is where it also, we talked about the incredible hero pools that VP has in the open. And this is where it helps to have veteran players that have a history on heroes like Weaver. I mean, Ramses was one of the great Weaver players when Weaver was in the meta. So asking him to pick that hero back up again, no problem.
Once TNC is not able to set that high tempo that they want to have, is the game basically over for them?
No, I think that's a narrative that a lot of people still try to sell with TNC that I don't agree with. They have become a much more disciplined mid and even late game team. They've shown that they're able to adapt when the opponent's able to seize control of the tempo, but I just think that the actual hero matchups here, even if this game goes later, Troll, there's so much anti-BKB on the other side. There's so much mobility with no stuns on the side of VP. I just don't think TNC's hero choices had the answer.
Yeah, and also one of these highlights, you could see Rams is using Lincoln Sphere on no one to save him on the mid lane just so they can't initiate while he still had the Aegis on him. It's all about those little plays, and it felt like last 5 to 7 minutes VP was just going with TNC.
VP in their happy place, the crowd in their happy place, definitely gave the crowd what they were cheering for all along.
And when you end a game like this, killing the enemy in their
Yeah.
fountain, the crowd definitely enjoys that. I don't know if TNC did, but
It looks like Ramses enjoyed that too.
Yeah.
Big
How
smile
can
on
you
his
not?
face.
14-0-14 in on 28 of the 29 team VP kills. If that guy ain't MVP of this game, I don't know what to say.
I mean, we don't know. I mean, I must
series
say,
MVP though, right?
That's right.
It's a series MVP, and to be fair, the Russian stream so far, they've been pretty harsh for our CIS squads that we have. So
they just always vote for Solo because it's a meme. So Solo is probably going to win the MVP. Sorry, guys.
Oh man, come on, give me those claps, boys.
It's up to you guys, the English stream viewers. Don't vote for Solo, whatever you do.
Yeah, you know that
of course
it doesn't work that way.
Thank God.
Hey, do we like, because we had the Spear Breaker and the Shadow Demon, obviously we've seen Solo and Roger play both of them. Do we like it this way with the Spear Breaker 5 and the Shadow Demon 4, or do we want it the other way around, or doesn't it matter at all?
Yeah, I kind of prefer Shadow Demon to get some kind of items, so either maybe even 3 or 4 suits him better. When you're playing him as a 5, he really needs to be careful about positioning. When he gets items, whether that's Ether Lance or a Glimmer Cape, he can be more in front, and you get the more levels, you're more active, and you have a really good setup for any kind of a gank with Disruption.
And I think for me, it's more that Spirit Breaker doesn't do much with items.
Yeah.
Like Shadow Demon, I think is fine as a 5. We've seen it before as a 5 with VP playing it as a 5, but it's also good with items like Lacoste says. Spirit Breaker, there's just not much item-wise that, other than like the Spirit Vessel really, but.
And I mean, I think it's telling. This is one of the indicators to me of how hard VP won the draft. Is if you actually looked, it was the Bat Rider of Cuckoo that was against a Weaver, a natural counter, and against a tri-lane early on in the game that actually led TNC in hero damage.
Yeah. You could see the number that means a lot. Almost 3 times APM, more than who was it? Tim's.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3-7. 120. He needs to click more on the minimap to look good. Just click 1-2-1-2-1-2. Just keep clicking.
Keep clicking, get those numbers higher. I'm sure that is the way to victory. Before the game started, but after the draft, I mean, we always talk about the inside and who we think is going to be having the upper hand, but there's a flip side to that. There's also a coach that was there for the draft and then just has to let his players just execute that. Let's find out what he had to say after the draft before the game.
I stole Heen here right after the draft of the first game for TNC versus Virtus.pro, and I wanted to ask him a couple of questions, especially ones that the panel had, so that we can understand, what some of the decisions were. So first of all, overall, how do you feel about that draft?
Not the best, to be honest, because we were second pick, so on the second phase we had to pick some heroes blindly. So it was more of the Furion and the Troll picks were a bit YOLO. It's just nature of the game right now, and we haven't played Furion in a while, in officials at least. So it's not one of those drafts where I walked out of the booth and I was like, we got this. If you lose, it's on you guys.
All right, so we'll have to see, how the players execute on that, and maybe the profit will be incredible. We'll have to wait and see. So as far as some of the YOLO picks, the Troll, Nahaz had a stat on the panel that Troll has an abysmal win rate before 40 minutes and then gets a lot better after that. And now typically you guys actually have shorter games, I believe is what they were saying. So are you looking to take this game late, or do you think that you can turn around that Troll statistic and win earlier?
At least for me personally, when I pick Troll, I don't think about going late game. Actually, I picked Troll to enable the supports because he's a range strong laner, and a lot of the carries right now happen to be melee, but he's ranged, so he takes a lot of responsibility, I'd say, off the supports. And our games usually, I'd say, Troll hits a peak timing around like 3 items and Aegis. So I haven't really, when I left the booth, I didn't really tell them, oh, if you go late game, we're going to win. I generally try to avoid that kind of mindset. But I think if we do stay even with them, they have a very early-centric lineup. We will be feeling pretty comfortable, especially with the BKBs later.
And so was the Weaver pick a little bit of a surprise because it seemed to come out of nowhere?
Yeah, the Weaver pick was definitely a bit weird. This hero is only some teams respect it. I think a lot of teams don't really treat Weaver like a hero. But when I've noticed in this tournament, when teams they pick Leshrac, a lot of them tend to just try to snowball the game entirely and, really make the Leshrac the main character of the game. So we kind of, like, when I saw Weaver, it wasn't completely unexpected because it is one of the best laners against Batrider, and probably in the game they'll have to match the lanes correctly, which is a bit of RNG, but yeah.
Well, the panel really expected a Kunkka pick to provide the lockdown for Weaver, just, because it's one of your guys' heroes. And then out comes a Dragon Knight. So did the Weaver cause that shift, or was the Dragon Knight still fitting in with your draft plan?
We thought about Kunkka, but the thing is, he's not really a frontliner. He's moderately tanky, but Dragon Knight plays the frontliner a bit better, and they did have SD, which can be annoying for the Kunkka combo.
And we're gonna do 2 more questions here. So the first one, we just heard some crazy crowd cheering. I'm very curious what happened there. But I do want to ask, what is it like drafting, putting your players out on that stage against a home crowd in a VP match?
I think we didn't really mind it too much. We expect their crowd to be more VP favored, and I think just playing VP by itself is very well, we have to really play to the fullest of our ability. They're just a great team. Even when they might have had not the best performances recently, I think that they're a team you can never count out.
Yeah, they've consistent for a very long time. My last question, and this has been sort of a theme, everyone's been discussing coaches. They're so much more prevalent now, and people are giving you a lot of props for what has happened with TMC and, their improvement. Through your head, when you see Reddit threads and Twitter comments and the panel are talking about your influence all the time, does that register to you? Do you feel that influential as a coach?
I think I helped the team a lot, but on the contrary, I wouldn't have joined the team if I didn't believe in my players, and my players are just really great. I think surely I deserve some credit, but once the draft is done, really, I'm not really doing anything. Once the draft is done, really, I'm not really doing anything. So it's like half and half. I feel pretty good about our achievements, but there's no point in really trying to play who deserves more credit, the players or me.
Well, good answer. Good to know as well. And they are playing. We do have games to watch, so I thank you for your time, and good luck in this series.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Vanessa and Heen. And of course, this was before he realized that the laning stage did not go well. And that was kind of the premise that he said for them to do well this game, because he said if the lanes are even, we'll win late with the BKBs. And it kind of fell short. I mean, that's a shame.
Nice poker face, though. You could kind of tell when you're playing in this stadium as Heen and you hear the crowd cheer, that's not very good. And
yes.
Yeah, he had the nice poker face.
He
Just
knew.
to clean up a little point there, surprisingly, first pick is actually 45 and 44 so far at Epicenter, so it's been very, very even there. And TNC, yes, the crowd happens to be against them, but they're also used to playing in front of the best fans in esports, at least that I've been in front of personally in Southeast Asia. I still remember the Manila Major, so they're totally comfortable with the big crowd.
Oh yeah, I don't think they're phased at all. If anything, they might be phased for playing VP, but at the same time, they've done that in the past as well.
Yeah, and most of the big international events I go to, the crowd's never cheering for them. Like when they had their big TI run, people were cheering more for OG than TNC. TNC's never been that big household name for the Western fans. So yeah, being an underdog is Well, being an underdog who's not cheered for is not really new for them.
One of the things I noticed in this interview, and I like how he addresses to the players as my players, because you can see that he wants something long term. He wants this to succeed. Like, he's not saying the players, the team, like my players. He's taking care of them, especially during the draft.
Yeah, it's like a we thing. You know? Yeah.
He is part of the team.
Yeah, it was a great interview to hear his thoughts on it all. Like, it was very insightful. Talking about some of the struggles of being having that second pick and having to do those blind picks in the second stage. Because he even mentioned, that we were a bit YOLO with the Furion and Troll, and the Furion was the hero I wanted to talk about for TNC that I did not like at all, particularly because of it's Tim's playing a Furion. He's the big playmaker. I want to see him on something that can have much more of an impact on the game.
Oh, that's the 10%. 1 out of 10, the Furion, right?
Yes.
The wild card. We're hopefully not going to see Nature's Prophet again, because I agree, if you want to have a good showing for TNC, that it needs to be Tim's on more of a playmaker. I kind of feel like he did say at the start, well, not at the start of the interview, but at the start of the tournament, he's here to learn and not to win. And I feel like, he learned the Nature's Prophet lesson.
Oh, I think both of the second phase picks to me were super suspect. I mean, I know TNC is comfortable with the Troll fighting in the mid game, but again, with two very strongly anti-BKB heroes already on the board in the Shadow Demon Spirit Breaker, that really limits the third item plus Aegis timing that he was talking about.
Yeah, I like Troll as a carry, especially because he mentioned he can be left alone and enable some of the supports because most of the carries are melee in these days, and overall, Troll scales well to a certain point. But one thing I want to see with Troll is any kind of save.
Yes.
Well, this time TNC have the first pick, so imagine he's a bit happier about that.
Yeah, they ban out the Spirit Breaker from last time, and them having first pick means they do not have to ban out Sven.
Yeah.
And Darkseer is still in the pool, as well as Nigma and Oracle, heroes that were banned out previous game.
I really do wonder, as you see, once again, the Shadow Demon ban. Those bans are obviously very reactive, but I like them. The Sven Darkseer Open still on the table for both teams. Io is still in the pool.
Yeah, the Darkseer is ban game 1 now available.
This is a tough one. I mean, there's Darkseer Sven, there's Io Gyro combos. Oracle is still in the pool, and they're gonna go with Sven.
That's hard to argue with.
And because they've got first pick, it's always scary that the first pick team will take the Darkseer, because if VP take Darkseer, you got to imagine TNC's picking Oracle.
Yeah. No,
I
was going to be shocked if that went entirely through this series. But the thing is, as TNC, you know this. You leave Io in the pool as TNC. You know VP. You know their tendencies. You have something prepared against this. I guarantee it.
At least you think.
Well, you just never know, right? Like OG had the third pick Invoker that Cold Snap they thought was going to own Wisp, but at the end of the day, you have an Invoker.
But it did wreck the IO.
Yeah, we wanted to see a more playmaking hero for Tim's. Exhibit it.
Ooh. Yeah, I was going to say with the Io Gyro, that's where the Grimstroke ban looks really good. It's one of the better heroes. And as much as Sven Darkseer would be a great opener, I don't think Darkseer's it's probably one of the weaker offlaners against Io Gyro, because they're so good at just chasing him down with Rocket Barrage. And Rocket Barrage does more damage than the Iron Shell.
Yeah.
You want to have Enigma, Winter Wyvern. You want these big AoE teamfight ults.
I want to see Winter Wyvern inside of Virus Pro, even though you have Winter Wyvern and Io, not the best combo, not the best duo, but against Enigma, against Sven, it really feels good.
Well, again, I just think you talk about these carries, the Sven, the Trolls, you've got to have BKB breakers, and I think the most common way to do that is via your supports.
Yes.
I mean, one thing they can do, have a Bane, which was kind of classic as well, especially for solo.
Io Bane was like one of the most common support duos a year or two ago when Io was picked every game. It was always with Bane.
It's a good setup, but I like Enigma as a response to Io and Gyro, because you can always try to make a bait play on the other side of the map. They relocate, you bring the numbers, you're smoked with Enigma +1, and you make a huge turnaround.
Yeah, do you feel like you need to have something that deals with that black hole on the side of VP, or can they focus on just matching things with...
You need to have
They're going to draft
some kind of a BKB piercing ability, because if the game goes late, the threat of Enigma, most of the time you just lose the game.
Yeah, and it's both those cores you want to have a BKB piercing disable against is the thing. It's like, that's how you do it, Sven. That's also how you stop a BKB Black Hole in late game. So get something. The problem is there's still two heroes. So like maybe you use on Black Hole. That means you're not kiting the Sven during his BKB.
Or you have a Magnus that can deal with both at the same time if they're grouped up.
Yep. Magnus can be tricky though against the Black Hole because it's getting a...
Usually it's the other way around.
Exactly.
Enigma is a counter to Magnus because he can more easily just get on top of Mag because Mag can't jump into Black Hole.
Does it look like Gyro has like a faulty engine? There's so much smoke.
Yeah. They've gone
barely
all out
keeping
with
the
AR.
helicopter in the air.
Yeah. That's why he's an inventor. Shiver. He can fix his little engine there.
The Warlock removed as well. Don't want to give him too much Wombo combo because that would be terrifying.
One of the things that you look at with Ira Gyro is you need to have your other cores generally need to be pretty strong 1v1 laners because they're not going to have that guaranteed support, right? You want to at least with Io Gyro have the have at least the option of bringing that third support into lane if the enemy goes aggro into you, and that's always a threat with the Sven already on board.
One of the counters to Enigma is still a silencer, but then you have a silencer and IO. You will need to have something, any kind of a lockdown from an offlane. From your position 3 and your mid lane will need to have a lot of control as well. This is like the second thing they can go for, which I doubt.
Or AA.
Well, I think AA for what, VP?
AA for TNC.
Oh, for TNC. AA is great.
AA
That's the hero I
for
want.
TNC is crazy.
That's good, against the IO heals, and they always pick a stunning carry with AA. They were doing AA Wraith King 2 games in a row. AA Sven, same idea. It's just,
they go silencer.
Yeah.
But then you need like something like a Beastmaster that can stun both Enigma and Sven.
Yeah, the lack of stuns between those two supports is a little bit concerning.
We saw in yesterday's game where one team had Gyro as their only stun.
There goes the rocket.
That didn't go well.
Yeah. No, it's just a great pick. Gives them a good lane. It's a support duo with not much reliable stuns or lockdown. Malefice is actually not terrible, but it's something they can maybe make up for by getting a stun from their offlane. And even if not, you've got Sven. That's one of the nice things with Sven as a carry is like this fairly reliable stun initiation means you can pick these other support options.
It's a beast, and I wonder if TNC will look toward their Venomancer, which is a combo that they really like with the Ancient Apple.
That's more counter to when enemy team has Sven, so they can kite.
All right. Fair enough.
It's not worth picking just for the AA synergy alone. And Veno Enigma, it could come
a lot of
out.
team fight damage. I personally would not mind seeing the Kunkka here at it.
I think they're going to go with an offlane. It's most likely Enigma position 4. And I would love to see something that can like initiate, maybe build into Lotus Orb so they have Guardian Greaves on Enigma at one point against the Global Silence plus a Lotus Orb builder. Their damage is pretty limited right now on VP.
Bristleback would fit that mold.
Bristle, maybe
Tidehunter.
Tidehunter.
I like their average.
I think it's too much how TNC love to play. And the thing is Kunkka really counterable as a laning matchup right now?
No hard counters anyways. They can ban OD if they're worried about that, but Kunkka, he doesn't get all the denies he used to with the changes on Tidebringer, but he's going to get farm in any matchup, except maybe the Monkey King matchup. That's one that used to be fairly Monkey King favored.
That's why you have a ban. But I do wonder if you think about getting cute and even picking an Ursa if they ban the Monkey King. But
for mid,
against the Kunkka,
Ursa is a do nothing kind of hero. It just doesn't do anything for their drop.
He's kind of crap.
You can't pick a hero just because it has a good lane.
Just for the laning matchup. Yeah, I agree. That's more.
I wouldn't mind seeing a Dragonite on Virtus Pro this game because at one point
you're gonna call DK.
I mean, you're gonna have this slow dragon. It's a melee versus melee matchup, and they're gonna need maybe one more stun. Yeah, they're gonna buy.
There's the Tide.
And the Tide.
Tide would have been the ideal offlaner, but it was one of those things where it's like you pick the Tide, then they probably ban Kunkka. and it is a great Kunkka game.
Sadly, they tied, so we don't have the Kunkka against the Tide matchup.
I mean, it would be
Or
Kunkka
the
with
Kunkka
Tide.
with the Tide.
They would be on the same team.
I still want to.
Yeah, that's true. I was just going for Kunkka against the Tide. Like, these two have the best lines when playing against each other.
Yeah.
True.
So, other Cuckoo heroes at offlane.
He's played Mars as one of the few ones.
Ooh.
And as already mentioned, Venno as well.
There's the OD ban for the mid lane. It's also a save against Kunkka. That's the other big thing. That's probably why last game I thought they were going to pick Kunkkas, because they banned OD last game as well.
Sheev had something to
Darkseer is
say.
still in the pool.
What?
Darkseer is still in the pool.
Yeah, it's not great against Io Gyro, and you're not going to get much help in the elf lane, so Io Gyro's going to free farm versus Darkseer. Darkseer may even get zoned out completely. Yeah, I don't rate
I wouldn't mind
Darkseer as the pick here.
seeing Mars here against Io Gyro, because they're always grouped up together, and then you're going to have like 3 strength cores that are really hard to kill, and Virtus Pro is really limited on burst damage.
Some kind of a tanky front line. That's where Tide's amazing, because you can't even use Roar or Global Silence against him. He's going to crack it off.
Mars. Very good call.
Mars it is.
So what is the VP mid?
Tough one.
Yeah,
Storm.
Okay. There's plenty of lockdown though.
Yeah.
This time, and I think this is where Armel can show that he really does have the chops as the top mid. I think he can put a lot of pressure on the no-one Storm in this matchup.
It's a free Storm game. They have X mark, but if he's fast enough, I think he can dodge every single thing. I mean, you're playing against Black Hole. Supports are pretty limited on what they can bring against the Storm Spirit. Hey guys.
Hey guys, we can't really hear you.
You can't hear us.
Wait,
Oh,
can you hear
now
me?
we can.
Good.
Oh, hi guys, how you doing?
Now we
Back
got
with you in a second. Please hold. We'll be there soon. Let me finish
Time
this
out.
off, K-Tobes. You'll get your chance. You'll get your time. All right, guys. Toby's in a hurry, I think. Who do you favor in this draft?
I'm going to favor TNC because it's Enigma, and Toby wants that Enigma to do well, so for your sake, Toby, we'll see TNC.
Say TNC won the draft, but the way VP played in the previous game, I think they're gonna have this. It's a good Storm game, but I'm a bit worried about their burst damage because they're not gonna be able to achieve much with the Global Silence. Still gonna go with the VP.
All right.
After Alliance Gambit yesterday, this is one of the series I was most hyped about the entire event. Game 3 hype TNC.
I hope that we get that Game 3 hype. That would be amazing to witness here in a full stadium. I know that they're fully VP fans, but secretly they're just all big Dota fans, and they would love to see a Game 3 as well. Isn't that right, Toby?
I just can't believe Shiva put me on hold. You put me on hold without even waiting music. I had this weird podcast with like a guy that sounded like a professor just talking at me. Like that was it. Like I don't know what this is. Like
we were talking about percentages and which team has 70%, which one has 30%, and all that stuff. Can you just blow us away like that? All right?
Yeah. Dun, da, 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 da. VP smoking, VP moving.
We have 5 men. It's just going to disappear as Armel is.
Hey, he's like, I'm going Tidebringer first. I don't need no stuns. I don't want to fight this at all. Yeah, VP. 5-man smoke, posturing over. They're looking for anything and they shall find absolutely nothing.
It's pretty
But they
easy.
have a very deep ward in from Roger.
It's really good versus the Enigma, right? You can always see this guy farming and then just messages, kill his people very well.
They actually can take 3 bounty runes at the moment. So, maybe if contesting the runes, because obviously you just spear somebody away.
You can just spear that Beastmaster away definitely and steal the rune, but
it's always fun watching the early boarding game also just change over the course of like not just this tournament, but obviously like many matches. The fact that these wards now nothing's in mid lane.
Hey.
We had bears scouting out their positions at the very beginning, and now it's like, well, we got one for bounty rune. Wait, what? They were meant to take all of them, and they're taking none of them.
Oh, that's an outplay right there.
Here, I thought it was in the back for Virtus Pro to grab those, so I was ready to have a conversation about wards,
yeah,
but
you go deep to plant that ward so that you know which route to run away with, I suppose.
You go deep, you gotta know when to pull out, but that was too early. Too early!
Yeah, that's what we all say. Anyway, Cuckoo on the bottom lane. And on the mid lane, Armel.
Yeah. Armel versus no one. Like, looking to see no one try and clean that title back as the best mid laner in the world. Cuckoo, of course, he's very happy on his hero. This is one of his favorites. Maybe not when he misses the last hit in the range creep just there, but still, Mars for Cuckoo. This is something that team's been panning out against him, and now he finally gets it.
Finally, and there's a reason why it's been banned out against him. That hero is so good. At the same time, Armel on this Kunkka has performed really well this tournament, and no one he talked about this Storm. He considers Storm to be the most broken hero of the patch, so we have to wait and see if he can perform to those levels.
If he knows why it's broken, he should know how to counter the brokenness. That's some frog logic right there. There's always something, right? Like if a hero is too OP, you need to find the way to get around it. Items, other heroes, perfect counters.
Yeah, but you still lose because the hero is broken. That's usually how it works.
Shh. Nothing is broken in Dota. Everything is countable.
Everything is broken.
Yeah.
That's why nothing is broken.
Sounds like one of those like Assassin's Creed lines, right? It's like what is it? Everything's permitted, nothing is permitted, or whatever the hell it is. Like
something like that.
Yeah, I should remember this. I'm a big Assassin's Creed fan. Early ones only. Like it's just like being a Call of Duty fan. Early ones only. Yeah, but 12-2, his CS is looking pretty damn good against the Kunkka, who's 8-0, 14-2. My God, yeah, no one's having a fantastic start.
Yeah, bottom lane
on this Storm Spirit.
He can't really do a whole lot versus this dual lane. You can just stand back and wait for the creeps to push in, which is pretty decent for you, but you have to be careful. Wisp and Gyro can definitely dive well this early on.
I like how they're also like range harassing. Like Roger has his spirits, Ramses has his homing missile. You don't care about flat cannon early on, just anything that's going to take away the life of Cuckoo.
Yeah, you can't use that flat cannon as long as there's creeps around. Once the creeps are out, you can dive him with it as well. Tims, this is your standard Enigma right here. Standard Enigma gameplay. How exciting. Farming the jungle.
It's riveting. Enigma in the jungle. Enigma in the jungle.
Gonna murder you, right? And steal your money? Is that how it goes?
Whack my head against a desk so I can create a soul ring. Yep. Never forget the classics.
The classics, man.
It really was. There's probably even kids today that don't even know what we're talking about. I'm going to get in more trouble about that, making 1990s references.
Now this mid lane, 19-2 from no one so far. This matchup used to be a little bit better for Kunkka. I believe right now no one should do quite well. He is taking a lot of damage from that Tidebringer, obviously, but Storm has been buffed a few patches in a row, so it's a little bit easier for him. And if the lane does go badly for him, he can always go to the jungle, recover a little bit, get that level 6, then come back.
Oh, first blood.
There we go.
Catch the end of it with Pasha going down, Ancient Apparition working with Sven.
Yeah, good combination of heroes right here. It's a combination that TNC loves to play as well. Ancient Apparition plus Sven, Cold Feet, Stun, easy kill.
And now they go for a rebuttal. Virtus Pro diving the tier 1 tower. Cuckoo, there is no support coming his way. Just going to rebuke damage before death. Ramses and Roger ready to try and just level the scoreboard. One apiece, everyone's off the mark. No ducks here.
And on top lane now we see a fight happening. I mean, these two teams are playing a perfectly symmetric game twice in a row now. In that first game, the same thing happened.
Off-laner died, mid. Storm's actually in a real lot of trouble. They maybe with the Vortex. Tim's going to arrive. No one. He's got the extra health. Roger gives it to him. Armel, he's able to survive through the tower. And he can steal a double damage room, but he can't do much with it apart from go jungle and farm a bit. But that's Tim's area. That's what you can do.
That's what you can do.
It's really easy. I can go back and heal.
Pretty good for him. And now he can come back with that double damage and continue pressuring the Storm. That's just perfect for him at the moment. Also, Roger porting in with that Wisp and saving his midder. It's not really something that we see very often anymore. When Roger started playing Wisp and started playing in Virtus Pro, that was done all the time.
Here's that combination once again with a slowdown and body block from Gabby. Absolutely perfect. Stolen cannot walk away, but yeah, hey, Cuckoo, he's in trouble. Spear him away. Get him away from me as he can get back underneath the tower.
All right. That's 1 point for TNC, 0 for Virtus Pro. First time they get the kill on one side and they don't feed the Mars on the other.
And even the bounties will be 2-2. Yep. But Roger having the bottle, this is what makes this offlane just really start to function better. So Roger can just bring Ramses practically up to full for both mana as well as life. Go pick up the other while Pasha being hunted into the trees. The cold feet tick damage. Won't be enough. Gabby looking for him. Moving around the trees as Pasha just looking for every single juke possible. Now the boar is up. He can body block him. No. Gabby gets around it and the cold feet able to reveal him. And AU Nope, Courier actually going to take a hit from the tower.
Yeah, it was there just to scout for the Beastmaster as well if he continued
Except the
joking.
Courier actually died to the attacks from the tower. So it scouts.
Did it die to the... It
Yeah,
should have died
the
to the
attacks
tower,
from the
yeah.
towers came out. It had 2 chasing it on the way back.
Sometimes you fly the Courier over the hard camp and they just kill it for some reason when they have that movement issue happen to them. But this time around, I believe you're right, it was the tower following the Courier.
Yeah. Actually got a funny feeling too, it was just delivering items. Yeah. Even though we can make it sound really good, TNC were definitely scouting in the tree line.
It was delivering, but then they did send it towards the Beastmaster too. Gabby?
Gabby's in trouble. TP support is on the way. It's Enigma who's going to arrive. He's level 4, got arcade boots to give back, but they'll move back and just shrine.
Sun is always a little bit difficult to take down one of those tankier heroes, so they just give up on it as they see the Enigma coming in for the help. And this is classic No One Storm Spirit, just going back into the jungle to farm.
So classic that TNC's already put an Observer Ward down looking for it. Hey, here we go again.
Another classic move.
Yeah, Cuckoo under pressure. Push him away. Homing missile will still connect, and Roger. No TP supports coming in from this one. Enigma's already used it to try and save the top. Cuckoo trying to save out in the tree line, but it won't work. Neither did Soul Ring to actually have enough mana to let that ulti out. The Arena of Blood.
Yeah, sadly for his team, they don't care about it.
X-Mark to the start. Armel lining up for a big hit. No one losing a lot of life, but not enough damage, even with the 4 points up for the Tiebringer.
Yeah, playing there on the edge, but he's fine. As long as there's no help for Armel, he shouldn't get these solo kills on the Storm, definitely.
Pasha. Double boars can help slow up Gabby, but then they're just like, all right, well, we'll turn and fight solo. What are you going to do? You're going to try and help out? Well, you got harassment, but no mana to work with.
Those level 3 boars are very difficult for Sven to deal with in the lane, and I wouldn't be surprised if he left it soon. So unless this Enigma rotates in and they start pressuring that tier 1 on the top lane, per se.
Is that something, too, that TNC should be looking to do? Obviously, you have an Enigma, you want to add some pressure, but is the top tier 1 tower, like...
I mean, you're pretty much playing with Enigma in the jungle, like we stated before, so you're not pressured, you're just farming. That's your whole point right now. You could see that Cuckoo is completely left alone lonesome on this bottom lane. It's like they don't care about him at all. And that's because they do have that Enigma, so... They're playing 4 versus 5 at the moment, waiting for those items to and levels from the Enigma.
This is nice for no one. A double damager in the bottom river. He can rotate down, but up on top, Solo. He's the one being initiated in with the cold feet. He'll move away. Pasha now to battle underneath Midnight Pulse, but he's got the Roar out already, keeping Gabby away. And Storm Spirit with that double damager rotates in towards the top. Wants to kill off Sven, able to claim it. Then through more, but Armel's already there with the X-Mark, Torrent, and Chip. The combo is sweet! The Storm's not dead. Bottling up, running away, still had a heavy amount of damage. Armel hasn't given this up just yet. And he can go with all solo. No, the Vortex.
Surprised they didn't go for that solo kill. Also, you could see that Solo was running in the opposite direction of no one, so he doesn't get cleaved. Very well played by them there. At the same time, Sven does fall, which is...
Oh, they found a new target. They found Silencer over on the sideline. It's
He does fall in the end.
Yeah, he does. He walked over. It was the Observer Ward that was planted down to watch the farming of no one previously. But just let them know, like, we walk up the hill, we then take the kill.
Cuckoo is just hiding behind the tower over here, but Kunkka is rotating in.
They're bringing help. Armel, all they need to do is get the X-Mark off, and he can hold him there. Now, there is a relocate save possibility, so even if Cuckoo lets the ulti off, maybe you have to catch the IO as well.
Now, you have to be careful how you use that X-Mark spot. Or Roger has to be careful how he uses the relocate, that is. So...
That's what that was maybe like the Kunkka's extra part, right? Like he's able to help counter against him. Roger goes up the hill. Here comes your Torrent. It's going to connect over on the IO, and now the X-Mark is out, but there's no follow-up here.
I mean,
so it's like it's cool.
That was very cool, but at the same time, not intended. He wanted to catch the gyrocopter, not the whiz that was tethering over. He didn't have the vision on him. Still, though, very, very cool.
Yeah.
If he only had the follow-up.
10-minute bounty runes need to be gathered up. No one's coming towards the top lane. So Virtus Pro will contest. Gabby's nearby. Here comes the jump in. A quick roll. They've already got the bounty runes and relocate the back lines. They find Tim's at the tier 1 tower. Armel's already gone down and over to the trees. Tim's trying to battle the fog of war, but Rogers falls. They keep stopping their target. They found him. A little too late to get the Midnight Pulse out to do any kind of damage.
Man,
the TNC lose too.
Yeah, this is the second time in a row that the Sven dies, and he did have a decent of a laning stage, but they saw Roger had 6. Why commit for that fight so early on?
Feels rough.
Yeah, feels rough. I guess they thought Solo doesn't have the global yet. He didn't use the tome, so we can't take the fight. They lose the Enigma and the Sven, which sets them back quite a lot. You don't want to be that at all, Sven, in this particular game, because you're farming up against Wisp and Gyro. And that combo, I believe, is the only combination of heroes right now that can stop Sven when it comes to the farming game, right? You can farm faster than him.
You are still getting a hell of a lot of space, like on like Kunkka. We've seen that combination before. Like if it continues to happen, then these bounty runes won't really mean much. TNC will catch up. In fact, now they're looking towards Ramsey's stack. They know this will have to be pretty big. The Observe Ward gives them very, very clear vision. That's to wrap around the side, however, and that's what Ancient Emperor is looking to do. Hit that Ice Blast over to Roger. No one's there with the bottle charges, and Solo's going to smoke him up. They can jump over and counter this if they wanted to. And in fact, now it's Armel. Who moves up the hill. He can break the smoke with the Observer. He sees so much. What's he want to do? They know he's in the trees. Pull him back in again. Here comes your boat. Maybe some space can be created. The Ice Blast flies forward. Roger gets hit with the skewer back. Now the Ancients are actually helping to get the kill. AU's trying to do the work up the hill. And he's going to get the kill onto no one. The Ancient stack of VP turns against them.
He even missed him uphill a couple of times there, but still he had enough damage to kill that Storm. And that's all because Armel, he used that boat instantly so that they cannot take him down fast enough and go for other targets.
When you're caught between all of VP's heroes, it's like, okay, I'm ready to write Armel off. Like, and all of a sudden, wait, we have some investment. Regeneration Rune is stolen, AU is in trouble, support's coming over, and now with a Torrent, it connects over on the IO, X marks the spot, Roger, he's going to come straight back, and Rams is like, okay, I'm sorry, bro, you're going to die, a tether away will not work, the Mallet for stun from Tim's, just cancelling that tether away.
A couple of heroes that work really well against that tether right now are Invoker's Cold Snap, right, and Enigma's Malefice. You can't tether out any longer as it does break it does stop you. Before, if you tether, like you just continue tethering, even if you're stunned, it doesn't matter. Right now it works a little bit differently, and I believe it's a well-deserved nerf for the Wisp. The hero is still very strong, so...
He's still being picked up a hell of a lot, even if it's mainly with the Gyrocopter. Combination still works. But Virtus Pro, this early aggression that they've had around the runes starting to slow down a little bit as TNC moves back in a farming pattern. And this means we see Sven as well as Kunkka really start to scale up.
Yeah, we also see that Enigma has a full mech completed. So, net worth, even though Virtus Pro were the ones winning these fights, kind of, Enigma just pulls them up ahead when it comes to net worth, as that Arcane Boots and mech is completed on her.
And with this, TNC's team might get stronger. VP, they want to hunt. So double smoke up, heading towards the bottom lane. Cuckoo's the target.
Yeah, they have the reload as well.
He's like 2 points of experience away from level 10. Now he'll grab it. And Pasha wants to roar. Here comes your relocate. Cuckoo into the trees. Arena of Blood might be able to hold him out, but now, he goes for your first hit. The call down's coming, and Cuckoo just runs. The top tier 1 tower is the trade-off. He'll let the Arena of Blood out as Down begins his TP. Pasha's dead. The homing missile will connect. So nowhere to go apart from dead, but he can make him work for it at least. This is a hard burn at the gym.
-2. That's some easy intelligence for Solo.
But Tims takes the tier 1 tower up on top, and they're not stopping there. They want to push the tier 2 tower and force VP to go for, okay, you can kill Mars, but you'll lose 2 towers and get a tier 1 tower trade-off.
This is the power of support Enigma. Even if you counter Enigma with heroes such as Silencer or Rubik, you don't have to play around the black hole. Just play around the utility that this hero gives you, and that's the utility of mech. If you farm so fast that you have that mech on a position 4, and then you start pushing with it.
They lost their vision, TNC, so they don't feel as confident to be here anymore. In fact, AA's already TP'd away, but she can still hit her Ice Blast. He can hit his Ice Blast from a while away. I'm fairly certain AA is a male.
Yeah, I'm certain that as well. But I keep on calling Enigma a she, but who am I? I don't know.
Enigma has no gender.
Yeah,
Enigma
exactly.
is an Enigma. If we knew the gender, that's too much information to know about Enigma.
Those packs, though.
You know, the only person who knows about Enigma is Templar Assassin. Because she stole the information about Enigma's home. Yeah, the secrets.
I've heard of that.
And then Enigma like destroyed the library. That's why TA is like the last TA or something, like the last of her group. Thank you, Slacks. He has educated me on that.
Thanks, Slacks.
Thanks, Slacks. Also at the same time, Slacks. Everyone in the chat knows what to say about Slacks. Starts with an F.
Just tweet at him a little bit.
Yeah, no.
That's all we want.
No more mistakes on that front. Kunker is in the middle of 3 heroes right now in the mid lane, but Xmark spot pulls him back. Just cleans up the wave, gets information on Virtus Pro's movements.
Yeah, you can see that Virtus Pro, they aren't having these movements that always connected on the right targets, like in that last game. Yeah, they did take down the Mars, but they lose the tier 1 for that.
Oh, no one?
Yeah, he's
Vortex, he's Xmark.
Yeah, he's Xmark, he's fine completely. This time around, TNC is doing a
there's
better
no way to
job.
pull him back on that, right? Like, if there's a perfect timing on Vortex that you can do,
Nah,
you still return to X.
You still get returned, yeah.
Stormbot flies forward, solo, cold feet, as well as Vortex is down, so cannot walk it off.
Yeah, that's God's Strength committed from Sven, which is quite a big ulti to use for solo, but you're happy with that. You still get a good kill on that silencer.
I'm actually wondering, too, like how TNC approached like later fights. Like Tim's, yeah, he's getting Greaves, but obviously if he starts a black hole,
nah, you can't.
Then,
You're
then
pretty
he's
much,
wrecked.
yeah, you're pretty much just waiting. As
For
Enigma,
Silencer to die?
yeah, for Silencer to use global or to die. That's it. Knowing solo, he's going to be very patient with that.
And knowing solo, he'll have buyback always available. Even if you do get the kill, he just buy back and then trigger it.
It can be a double-edged blade as well, because you're saving those Greaves that give your team utility for the global, and then someone dies because you're saving it. So you just have to burst one target low enough to force the Enigma to use the Greaves, and then afterwards you can global silence.
They're pushing top again, TNC. Any kind of pressure that brings VP back to their safe lane, takes them away from that bottom lane of the Radiant side, which is always a nuisance, always pushing in.
Always pushing in, but while Armel is playing on this top lane together with Cuckoo, Wisp and Gyro, they're just farming alone around those ancient stacks. They're getting so much. No one is farming their jungle too.
Yep. He's going to go in for that. Actually, you've already got BKB flying out for Gyrocopter. That's a fun timing for VP. Maybe they do something with it.
Yeah, but you see, the item build from him was drums and now the BKB too. Well, that's a lot of sustain on this Gyrocopter. He just doesn't want to die. It's not your Maelstrom or Aghanim's build. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't really help you farm faster, though, this item build. It does definitely help you fight.
It's like a sustained test from Virtus Pro in this game. They understand their timing is probably going to be a little bit later.
It's problematic to go for, let's say, Maelstrom or Aghanims, even when you're playing versus AA and Konka. You just get blown up instantly, so...
Mel always pushing out with his X-Mark. VP are looking for something to smoke up that torrent. It actually connects on solo. The smoke is going to break, and then a quick cusp. He's already back with the X-Mark. Pasha can't find the opportunity he wants. Now they come underneath the observe board. Ice Blast flies forward. They should be able to get at least a chill over on Roger and Ramses, but underneath the shrine, Ramses, he thinks he gets enough damage to get through Mars. Still no Arena of Blood up. Now he'll actually get it. Lock him on top of the shrine. Do you want to buy back for this one? Doesn't look like it. Instead, no one jumps all the way over the Arena of Blood to go after Tim's. The Malphus to buy Tim's a little bit of time, but not enough.
Yeah, that arena was a little bit too late over there, my friend. He was already dead, so just wasted that ulti. Enigma as well. Like, you can't contain Storm. He just flies over, zips over that arena and gets Enigma too.
And VP are looking for more. TNC, if VP can find this, they can move in towards Roshan. They want the tier 1 tower to begin with.
Yeah, you have to be careful. That Mars is respawning, and so is Enigma. Just 8 seconds remaining, so you can't even take the tier 1 off of that.
And you have no global.
Yeah, but you are farming, so you're fine with that. Like, you took over their jungle, you're farming. By the way, that rune there, that arcane rune, Storm wasn't going instantly for it, and I love Noah for that, because he definitely learned the lesson from the previous series. Well, not previous, yesterday's, in which Sark jumps that rune, gets instantly hexed, double hexed, they just died there. Yeah. TNC was also doing the exactly same thing, so very well played by Virtus Pro around there. Now TNC, they just have to find a way to utilize those Greaves and everything that they've got on their supports.
Yep, that's sustain. Like, once again, like, you're going to push 5 heroes to top lane to take a tier 2 tower. Like, this is the 3rd time you've now moved for this objective.
That AA ulti was... I guess he's just trying to outpush a little bit with it. It's something you do every now and then as an AA. But
in Australia, we call that a wide.
Yeah, usually you...
That's outside, that's outside the market.
Exactly. Usually you have to hit the creeps to kill them, so perhaps the next time he'll try and do that.
I don't know what's your national sport?
Our national sport? We play football.
Football?
Yeah.
Okay, then out of bounds.
Pretty much.
Shy of the posts. Alright, so Roshan's still an objective. I don't know if anyone really wants to go into it, however. Like, it feels so dangerous just to cluster against both of these sides.
Nah, you're just happy farming around here as Gabi, just getting your items for now at least. You have the BKB completed and the Echo Saber. But this is always a problem when you have multiple cores stuck on the same part of the map. You usually either smoke out and spread out the way they just did, but it's not very efficient. And that's where Wisp comes into play. That's why teams with Wisp are so good, because you can just spread the map much easier, and then you have that vision from the Beastmaster to help it even further.
You can see TNC like they're making a priority of it. They need to get in there, get rid of it.
Yeah, you know what other thing? Virtus Pro is really good that you have this silencer. He can clear the waves with his first spell. Also, Boars can push in. If you don't even have to show up on these lanes, you can outpush the lanes, which leaves TNC clumped up. That's why they're doing this, because they don't see anything across the map. They aren't seeing these heroes right now, and you have to be careful. They have Relocate, they have Storm, and the Beastmaster. They can jump on anyone at any given point, but they aren't. They're farming instead.
Yeah, I'm hearing you a lot with the Virtus Pro. Like, yeah, I think their initiation is wonderful, but the more and more this game goes on, it also feels like TNC's got really, really scary damage.
Oh, definitely.
I've seen Kunkka cleave through an entire team, and you've got Sven who's building into that Daedalus, so you jump on someone, but how do you stop yourself from getting instantly bursted with heavy damage output, something that the IO cannot regenerate up through?
Definitely. I hear you. TNC, they scale very well with the Sven and the Kunkka, but I believe Virtus Pro right now, they understand that this smoke is happening. You can see Pasha retreating.
X-Mark looking for the target. It's going to be Pasha looking for the Raw. Stormbolt up. Easy follow-up, and here comes your Ice Blast forward. No one. Just ball lightning straight over the top of him.
Yeah, sadly he did not retreat on time, which is peculiar because you see that ward behind the tier 2 that's so deep. It did scout out the smoke. That's why they were so converged around that shrine. They knew what was coming. Pasha just a little bit on the slow side though.
And they almost got more. Like, looked like VP wanted to fight that. Like, they relocated the gyro and the IO in, like below and to the right.
Yeah, they were close enough. They're thinking, if we do get the roar off, then perhaps we can fight. The roar doesn't go. They also see the BKB used, so they bail.
Yep. That initiation starting to come up from Cuckoo. So TNC's ability to actually jump forward is going to be on the back of that Blink Dagger of Mars.
It's going to be so crucial for them. It sets up everything. You have the Black Hole afterwards, the Midnight Pulse, the AA ulti, and obviously Kunkka with the boat. That Blink from the Mars is going to be really big in these next couple of fights for them.
And this isn't the first time we've seen TNC under pressure to hit that combo right. We saw it earlier today. And my God, did that hit. Obviously, you can't start the same way. So how do you do it? You find a replacement. You find it through the Mars. VP push the bottom tower. And even if TNC group up, they can't get there in time. The tower is toast.
Yeah, they're already here way too soon. With the Beastmaster passive and the gyro being there, they push way too fast. You can't react to it unless you're already there when they start pushing. Yeah. Which they weren't. Cuckoo was getting that link.
So both teams have lost their safe lane towers, tier 1s and tier 2s. The advantage for TNC is they still have their 2 tier 1 towers in mid as well as top, as something that VP lack. Oh, but VP don't lack vision. That observer ward, I think it caught the edge of the smoke of TNC.
That's the second smoke that it caught, so they should understand what's happening. You can see them retreating, but Pasha
They don't see the Blink Dagger. Pasha's the one to be caught out. Here comes your Ice Blast. Virtus Pro, no way they can save him.
Yeah, this is so unfortunate for them.
Blink for a Nick for 2.
Yeah, they read the movement, but they don't react fast enough, and they run in the wrong direction. A little bit greedier of direction. He thought that he had enough time, but that Blink Dagger obviously catching him off guard. Pretty well played by Mars.
And back-to-back deaths, and Pasha, well, he's still got the Vlads as well as the Solar Crest, but he's been slowing up a little bit. He was looking to get BTs as well as Blink Dagger, so he was meant to be that increase the global, but more of like that jump-in initiation of Virtus Pro that doesn't require the Storm Spirit to be the front liner. That's his job. While TNC are getting what he's searching for, Pasha with that Blink Dagger, they're getting it in droves from multiple heroes. Enigma Blink, you've got your Blink over on Mars, and obviously Kunkka's just been running himself in with armlet with all this heavy strength with an escape mechanism through the X-Mark.
They're definitely hitting their timers and buying the right items, unlike that first game, right?
Trouble for Mars. Is he? No, they have no stun. All right, cool. That's some good bounty runes.
Yeah, and if you're a Virtus Pro right now, I believe your next huge spike is Ramsey's getting that butterfly. After that, it's going to be a little bit easier for you to fight, as you're actually going to have damage. They're definitely lacking in that department at the moment. Storm is alright, Gyro is alright, but they could use an extra oomph at the moment.
I'm actually wondering too, like how you itemize against that. Like, do you look for, like, well, Mars is going to get a BKB, and so is the Enigma. But do you start thinking, like, is it worth getting guards? Is it worth?
Well, you can.
It worth, like, at least getting some reduction.
You can get some reduction versus Gyro always. It's good. Versus no one too.
It seems like they're banking on their team fight instead. And hello, Solar. He's a big one to kill off as well. Ice Blast is coming in. X-Mark will hold him there. So Solar will end up going down. He doesn't have buyback available. So Tims will feel a lot more comfortable, even though Roar is a problem.
Yeah, Roar is a problem, and perhaps you do not know if he has a buyback or not. So because of that, you don't want to be baited into that fight. It happens so many times. You kill the silencer, you think you can go and initiate. He buybacks, uses that global. Suddenly you're losing that fight because you wasted the big ulti.
Yeah. And even once he has the BKB up, like, he needs BKB and a Lincoln Spear to protect himself from the Beastmaster.
And then...
it's such a nightmare.
Exactly. It's a very difficult game for Enigma, but he also played versus Vengeful in that last one.
That he did.
And what do you need? You need to play well always and constantly wait for one mistake from the enemy team. And that happens. Like, a lot is at stake here. Virtus.pro is playing on their home ground, in front of their home crowd, and yeah, definitely, it does pump you up. It feels good, right? Like, they're constantly chanting. But
oh, no, what he's waiting. Armel, I don't want to go back. I don't want to go back. He's going to get the ship off. Maybe some space could be created, but they relocate in the TP away to safety. Yep, they got him. They got him. He can't get out. He's totally toast. 65 seconds down. Armel worth 579. And Roger is the one who will be shouting everyone's strings tonight after claiming that kill. The Blink Dagger is now up for Beastmaster, so they've got their own initiation.
They first need to... Well, if they lose the series, he's definitely paying, but I believe they're going to leave the drinking for... Actually, never mind.
No. It's Virtus.pro.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Never mind.
They're literally just saying, like, yeah, so what's VP doing? Oh, we're just chilling with Gambit, just having some drinks through the evening. All right, sure.
Last night I was invited to go karaoke at 1 a.m.
Cuckoo puts the wall up. Whoa, that's well off the mark. No one's going to try and capitalize jumping in and out. He doesn't care about the arena of blood. And that's one very dead Cuckoo, TNC. They slept on the banana peel and did not get the skewer off, and I don't think anyone else from TNC wanted any part of that.
The biggest issue is so close to Rosh, and now you have Pasha with that Solar Crest and Ramses taking down Roshan, and you definitely don't want to give Aegis to either the Gyro or the Storm.
Here comes your Ice Blast into the pit. Roshan's pretty low. Ice Blast is going to connect. Here comes Gabby looking for the cleave damage. He's hitting hard into no one. Roshan, he actually got killed off by the Radiant side. Ramsey snatched the Aegis Immortal, running away into the cover of the BKB, but the heavy physical damage of Gabby doesn't work. And in comes Cuckoo, getting his rebuttal or his rebuke in towards Pasha. No one looking for more ramps, turning on the flag cannon. The Torrent, here comes your ship combination. They're just going one after the other. It feels like Virtus.pro just need the confidence to go for Roshan, just so they can be killed and caught the black hole. Global Silence now comes out, but the damage has already been done. Roger will fall, move up towards the gyrocopter. Ramsey can't run himself away from this one. The Aegis Immortal will break, and what they've done once, they'll line up to do again. The Ice Blast timing, he will shatter into a million pieces. And TNC, do I feel like VP just got baited? Hey, Mars, no ulti, no Mars, and I think we can do Roshan.
I don't think it's even about that Mars. They got debated hard. No one was talking about how Storm is broken, but Gabi broke him. Storm zips right in front of the Sven, gets cleaved like twice and disappears from the face of this map. And now after that, Gyro has no buyback. You can even pressure this tier 3. You can buyback the Storm, but you have no global. You're playing into Greaves, you're playing into this lineup that dishes out so much damage without these ultis even.
Yeah, as you had TNC saying like the previous interviews, like, well, we pushed up high ground and we thought they may buy back, and then they didn't buy back. So,
so we continued pushing.
Yeah, we just kept going. Tier 3 tower gone. Now the shrine can be taken.
Yeah,
with no mid towers, no top towers, if they take out this shrine, next Roshan is so difficult for Virtus.pro to fight around.
Yeah, and also the shrines. They're going exactly now for that top shrine. Perhaps Gabi is going to start attacking it. Yes, he will. And this shrine is so important around that Roshan, obviously. It's a major waypoint, checkpoint for you to port into buyback.
Having to work on like an IO delivery system, Storm can ball lightning, but you need that mana for the fight. You need a life. Like, that happened without the Daedalus being on Sven. He took that much damage without the Daedalus being there.
And we have the BKB on Kunkka now too, so you can't control him. You have to use Roar on one of these targets. Most likely likely you want to use it on Sven, so he stops hitting you with that big sword of his.
Yep. But then if you do that, then Enigma's going to have more of a fun time.
Yeah.
And, like, it's more pressure on Solo to get that global silence on the right target. And he did do that right. But once it was done, it felt like the fight was already over.
It was over. Storm was dead, Jaro was dying, Wisp was speared to a tree, waiting to die as well.
But like, how do you then play around that? It's like Solo's like, well, I can global silence at the beginning, but then Enigma's going to BKB and jump in black holes, and I can't do anything about that.
This is the thing. Like, you can see that we can't find an exit out of this, and I don't think Virtus Pro is any better at that. Like,
Well, okay.
I believe what they have to do is this: smoke up and play around the map. I'm not saying that they're not better; they definitely are.
Yeah.
But in this situation, the lineup of TNC is much stronger in these team fights. So you have to play something else. Try to split push them. Try to get these pick-offs with the Beastmaster, with the relocate. Spread the map. Try to do something else.
Maybe that's like, yeah, we're approaching it from the wrong angle. You don't take a team fight against them. You take a pick off against them, and that's why the Orca pick up from the Storm makes a hell of a lot more sense. You're able to get the jump in, you can get some control, get rid of that Ancient Apparition. He's probably the easiest pick-off you can get from the TNC lineup.
Yeah,
I say that when he's walking around with Buckler, Hood, like, he's got some survivability items on him.
But he's still probably the easiest to kill. As you see, Cuckoo has completed the BKB. Kunkka also has a 10-second one. It's very difficult to take down these targets, to burst them down instantly.
But how long do they just buy a gem? There's hawks everywhere. Like, the sentry wards are too far away from TNC, and VP know they want to initiate that. Ice Blast is flying towards mid as VP are looking to engage. Storm jumps down, the BKB from Cuckoo will be burned. That's his 10-second gone.
That's also very interesting because everyone from TNC was around him, but they just bailed, realizing that Virtus Pro have taken control of the Radiant jungle.
They're also moving out because they want the double damage rune in the top river. They'll give it to Gabby. And right now, TNC are looking to fight.
They can smoke up. They have everything they need.
They're going to do exactly that. Virtus Pro right in front. All right, how much damage have you got? Jump it in, test it, pin him up against the wall. Here comes Gabby. Roger has to heal through this. Roger, he'll actually help out with Pasha getting the stun out. Raw went on to Gabby. Global Silence still being held on to. They pull back Pasha. He's definitely the sacrificial lamb as Gabby took 2 swings to get him. And they need to move forward. Cuckoo looking for another control. Solo getting caught. Now with him down. You've lost 2 big ones. No Raw available. Open up for the black hole as everyone from VP is clumped together. Here comes your head. Tim! Get it off! No! He's pushed back out. He hasn't done it just yet. But they'll get the kill into Sven. No one out of mana. Now Tim! Here's the 3-man black hole. Pushing him back with a rebuke. He's going to hold him there so Armel can do the work. Can do the damage. Even without Sven, have they got enough? No one will end up falling. He'll fight back. Tim trying to play around the tree line. Roger has come back in with a relocate. But Tim, he blinks. He'll TP out. The balls are so close, but they don't slap hard enough. He's back home. Everyone from TNC is out. Huge buyback commit. 3 across the board for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, they forced 3 buybacks right there, and that's mostly because Silencer did not have one. If he only had the buyback in that fight, he could perhaps use it, break that black hole, and instantly the fight for Virtus Pro is easier as that Sven is dead. However, sadly for them, he did not have it. So we have 3 other heroes using it. Pasha, Roger, and no one. They didn't get a lot out of it. Just the AA kill afterwards.
So now they have to push the towers. They at least clean some real estate back from TNC. But I'm also seeing Tim jumping in with the Sunstorm Spirit right in the back lines. Roars out from Pasha. They want this Enigma down. They've got him as well. He's got buyback available. Armel's on the run. Here comes your Arena of Blood. Combining with the boat. Ramses, the BKB's worn off. Ice Blast is coming in. There's problem for Virtus Pro. You're in way too deep. 3 hit and the rebuke. Cuckoo saw it coming. Ramses has no more life. Roger can't give it to him anymore. Beastmaster is down. Roger, he's got his tether away. Moves up towards no one, who stayed just close enough to help out. Solo running under the tier 2 tower. Armel looking and pumping those little legs. Aerodynamic shipping. They're looking to catch up towards Solo. Cuckoo, he's so close to him. Any kind of stun, any kind of control. They just want this guy dead. He won't have buyback available, and they need to make it worth it. Turning around. Here comes the skewer. Pinned to the trees. They have the reveal with the torrent. They've already found the kill. Solo is down.
Yeah,
and the counter push begins.
Roger tried to help him there with the Glimmer Cape. Ineffective because the spear alone would give him the vision, but he also has the dust there, so they catch the Silencer, they take him out too. I understand why they went so deep, even
Gabby. Hey guys, I got God Strength and a crap ton of damage. What you gonna do? Hey.
They do have the glyph, so that's something that they can do, but only for a few seconds.
15 seconds to Gyro. He does not want to buy it back, not for this mid-rank. Why is TNC always putting teams in this position where it's like, man, I don't want to buy back, but I have to lose a rack. If I don't, now you're going to lose all the 4 35-minute bounty runes as well.
Yeah,
Roger's trying to creep skip out with a relocate, but he slows it.
He did something that used to work before when the Spirit Balls hurt a bit better, a bit more, but he didn't really manage to do anything there. He still loses the Raxes. He didn't even get the creep wave. Virtus.pro, after you commit 3 buybacks like that, you want to be diving the high ground. You want to go and try and get a kill or two. They almost caught TNC off guard. Sadly for them, they didn't. Gyro dies, so the Pasha, they don't have a buyback and they don't want to use one on Gyro, and suddenly they're 1 rack down.
And they're getting faster on the items now, TNC, and MKB done. Oh, 1 second, come on, give him that one at least. A second slower, SAP, be nicer. And the Daedalus conquer. Like, they're just amplifying their crit. Such heavy, fast, physical damage. And when that Ice Blast connects, VP know, like these BKBs, they don't even protect him anyway.
Daedalus on Kunkka, MKB as well on Sven, so that butterfly on Gyrocopter is pretty much ineffective versus him, hitting him.
Where is the movement? Virtus.pro. He's trying to push out the side lanes again, going back to the strat you're talking about, right? Like keep the side lanes pushed out.
Yeah,
you can play global, but then you get the jumping over on the top lane, going after the Ice Blast comes in. 1 more attack from Gabby will do it, but Roger, the Glimmer Cape is protecting him. He's farming up first and then killing later. Roger, Gabby, does he check the right way? He goes north. Roger went south and he relocated all the way back home.
They should find him though. Midnight Pulse is there.
Hey guys, like we need to check the trees, clear the trees. Got him.
They're just waiting for him. He can maybe try to port, but no, he's just going to die.
It was fun. It wasted some time. And that allowed the bottom lane and mid lane to push back in from VP.
Yeah, they definitely did use that time that Roger gave them, but there's 85 seconds that they now have to work without Wisp, right? They somehow have to defend if TNC decide to push the side ground.
Yeah, but Enigma's TP'd back. He's defending the bottom lane. He has no way to deliver himself to the front lines. Also loving his item choice with a Shadow Blade build-up. So trying to find a way in around the back line.
Yeah, he also is using the Shadow Blade to just stay hidden somewhere on the map where he thinks that they might come from. And then he can pounce on them.
Wrap around. Catching him under the tier 2 tower. They do a lot of damage very quick. Enigma dead for a minute.
They're still very mobile, so if
they jump in. Gabby's looking for his own. Ramses has to BKB away. Ice Blast was coming, but VP dissuade TNC from finishing Roshan.
They'll still go in, but they're playing versus Storm and Beast. They have to be careful. Yeah, they move back a bit.
Gabby, he wants a piece of this towards Pasha. The blink away will happen in time. Stormball's not looking good, and Gabby doesn't really feel this at all.
He doesn't, but he used the BKB. And also the Enigma is dead, which leaves Virtus.pro in a good position for the next 30 seconds. But they don't have the Wisp, so the question is, do they really want to do anything without him?
They got BKB on, BKB on Storm is going to give you the confidence to jump.
I think one big thing that they're also waiting for is the level 20 on the Wisp. Once they have that, it's going to be a little bit easier to damage them with the Gyrocopter. That talent nerf from level 15 to level 20 on Wisp definitely did hurt the hero a lot too.
Amel just forever shoving this lane. As safe as he possibly can.
Yeah, no Yules on the side of Virtus.pro, so they can't really stop that from happening. They can't really catch him.
They really do need that gem over on TNC. Is he the Hawks or is these 2 Observer Wars that's seeing way too much?
It's on Mars, I believe. So Mars is the one carrying it around, but you have to be everywhere, right?
You need to be in range.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, I see the Hawk. If I move down, he just saw it. I think he just saw the Observer Ward in the camp. It also helps when the camp's not spawning up, but... So Virtus.pro just have that 1 ward inside the TNC base now. But they just own the mid as well as the bottom. They're always pressuring it in. TNC having to defend the bottom lane means they're always being dragged away from Roshan.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job around this bottom lane, which is usually the dead lane. But when Rosh spawns, if you are able to push it in, it's so good for you because you're forcing a response from the enemy team. I don't think TNC should struggle way too hard defending this because they do have that Kunkka with X marks the spot. He ports bottom, clears 1 wave and then goes back. Exactly what he did right
now. Sven's already 25. He's the first hero to hit it. Going for the strength talent.
Yeah, 40 strand. He just does so much damage at this point.
Hey, but Io hits his 20.
Yep.
The heart of 15 these days.
Yeah, he gives the Aghanim's now to Gyro, which is most likely the target that he's going to remain tethered to. You can perhaps tether the Storm Spirit as well, or the Soundster, but no way. He's going to remain with Ramses for sure.
Yeah, that's why Ramses builds into Satanic. Never-ending sustain. Yeah, no Ice Blast, please.
Never-ending sustain, but still the burst damage from TNC is so huge.
Yeah.
that Kunkka as well, reaching level 25 soon. Probably the fleet.
VP's now playing their own battle back. Gem purchase up. So they need to ensure that they're not under vision of TNC, or else this team fight that TNC wants to nail gets a little easier if they can see where Virtus Pro is.
Yep. Virtus Pro, they had a really strong vision game so far. It is becoming a little bit difficult to have it now versus the gem on the Mars. We're going to try and counter it with the gem on Beastmaster too, like you just said.
Yep. Sentries everywhere. Gems are everywhere.
There's also smoke from Pasha and no one towards that bottom lane. Also, one good thing is you know that someone is going to try and outpush that lane. Sadly for them, they might just run into the AA. It's a good kill, but...
They try to jump away. Oh, they found Gabby. There's your Raw. Already starting it off. What can you do? Oh, there's a quick blast. But man, VP, they arrived so quickly with no Sven, no AA.
On the bottom lane, they force Cuckoo to use VKB too.
Oh, so huge. You may not even be able to get back. Ramses is continuing to chase. Here comes your call down. Storm Spirit's going to jump up. Tim, he has to do something, but what are the abilities left? Here comes your ship, but now you've actually lost Mars. The fleet has arrived, but...
Talking about pickoffs.
Oh boy, but they still have to go home. The base is still being beaten into the tier 4s.
Yeah, you can send Storm back, and instead they do not understand that Sven does not have a buyback. That's why they're not pressuring high ground. At the same time, going for Roche is so good for them. It's Aegis and Cheese. And it's much easier to know if they're going to buy back and port here. It takes more time, right, than on the high ground. So
I cannot believe the VP was actually given that jump. TNC, like they walked out to do some observer warding, but Sven, like, well, the observers and Sentry was down, must have given him confidence just to walk, but they were under the cover of smoke.
It's because Ancient was in front, right? Ancient was the one in front. He was warding, and Sven was, all right, if anyone dies, it's going to be my position 5. I don't care, I'm a carry.
Look at him come. Still no Sven for 30 seconds. VP was so quick with Roshan that they will continue the push up through mid and look to try and claim that racks back.
Yeah, 6.5k gold on Gyro. He's going to finish that Satanic very soon too.
Oh, Storm straight in. He knows the observer was up. It won't last much longer, but the blink hit. Pasha goes for the raw initiation. Wants the big target. They can bring down Kunkka, but Armel's difficult to kill off. Doesn't use the BKB. They're clustered up a little bit too much. Cuckoo. Now he's going to put down the Arena of Blood, lining up for first to fleet, but they've only killed off the Beastmaster. They need someone else to be pulled back. No one's protected by the BKB. Now, no longer. Roger, under the Sentry Ward, able to tether himself up to Ramses, who has all that movement speed to get him back over the river.
All right, so they did buy back Cuckoo, but they did take down Pasha and they defended the high ground, not even losing the tier 3, which is still pretty good for them. They are still 8k ahead, not in a bad position whatsoever. They have that black hole. They just have to find a proper way of using it. And if you remember from the last game in which they played the Enigma, it only takes that one good black hole and you just wipe Virtus Pro. So.
Yep. Especially as like this is like even later into the game, you've got the fleet to hit, you've got double the crits, and the Ice Blast is removing everything.
You also have the 5-man smoke for you.
Give her a crack. Kunkka's going to try and live through a little bit more. Oh, okay,
and the double damage.
Oh, yeah,
Why not?
sure. Gabby's looking at it. It's like, all right, who wants this? Bait it, guys. Just wait. Someone will come. It's too enticing. And they've arrived. Cuckoo with a jump in. They found the gyrocopter. Is there a way to get him back? Roger's trying to do it right now, but he can't do it. The Aegis ball's already popped. Xbox spot. They want to kill up this IO. Maybe they can't do it. They move over to no one, but the Arena of Blood's back up again. These BKB don't have much time, and Ramsey's just getting ripped apart. And maybe they have the side. The black hole instantly cancelled. Solo burning up that global silence, but Armel still wants to fight. The X-Mark Torrent, not the perfect timing for him, and he's kind of left on the wrong side of the river. BKB, he can TP outside this one, but no, it'll wear off. The Vortex is ready from no one. Armel trying to hide Invis. Have they actually got him? No, yes,
indeed.
Yes.
They got him. At what cost, though? They did force the Ramses to buy back and Pasha, too, so they're in a really bad position at the moment, but if they perhaps go to push high ground and realize that Kunkka doesn't have a buyback, this could be really good for them.
But it's still so risky. Like if they end up losing Ramses again,
that could be game.
For so long.
Like if you lose him right there, that could be just game. Yep. So you have to be super careful. But he did buy out. He has that Satanic to work with. Also, the way that fight started, first, classic TNC, just waiting around that double damage, seeing if anyone is going to come close enough. Ramses pokes his head out instantly. The Sven and the Mars jump him. Roger, if he waited that tether for after the Aegis is used, maybe it would have been easier for VP to fight.
Need to wait this up. The Arena of Blood's already come in. Man, there's so much damage. Ramsey, remember, he cannot die. They're baiting in again. Here comes no one. The Raw out already with a quick vortex. Not perfectly laid. Kuku protected by his own BKB. God's Strength's only got a couple of seconds left. It's got 2 seconds before it's back up again. Pure just delaying it. So then the jump can start to come in.
Gabby's dead.
He'll need to actually buy back and fight this one out. The God's Strength is ready. He can burn it and hit hard. With the buyback, you know they want it. First with the Malphite stun. They've taken 1 lane of frags. Virtus Pro. They rotate towards the bottom lane. They want more, but Kunk is up in 14.
Yeah, you just bailed right now.
They
You
don't
force the
try.
buyback. You force the buyback, and you know that Kunkka is respawning, and because of that, you go back as Gabby and Ramses. They don't have buybacks right now, so you can play properly on the even sides, right? It's all about who gets the first pick-off right now.
Yep, they're coming out TNC. That's a fun TP down towards bottom lane.
Ramsey still does not have that buyback.
I don't think Pasha really wants to be there. Storm Spirit, long jump forward, but Gabby's already blinked himself away.
It was also very difficult for them to push the high ground without the BKB on Ramses. Very disciplined that they went back. Now it's about who positions themselves better on this map and just wards one single area to play around it. And Radiant right now is in a little bit of an advantage because they can do it around the Rosh pit.
Yep.
Obviously Roshan isn't going to spawn in a really long time, but still just taking control of this area of the map is very crucial for them.
We're starting to reach 25s even more. Mars has his, he's got his plus 80% crit. It's not like TNC had anywhere near enough crits as it is.
They had enough damage even without this. This just adds to the pain.
And Storm Spirit's making the auto remnants everywhere.
They also have Wisp getting closer to his 25. Most likely going to be that minus 30 seconds relocate. Not really the biggest level 25 talent, but it's a little bit useful, I
I was
guess.
about to say, like, I don't think he wants the, like, with all these regeneration items, there's not much point taking the other.
Yeah.
And Gyro took the homing missile. Also, it always feels a little underwhelming.
Definitely some more control coming from him at least.
I was like, hey, we've got BKBs, don't we? Oh, no.
I'll just fire some missiles at you, hope for the best. Solo on level 15 gets that 120 gold per minute talent, which is pretty good for a silencer. You can always get an additional force or maybe even a refresher, which he's doing in this game, to have 2 global silences in one fight.
Yeah, we all need it too, considering Nick was building a refresher as well. So it's 2 black holes.
Counter the counter.
2 global silencers for 2 black holes. That sounds like an even trade in favor of Virtus Pro, so not so even, depending on timing.
You talked about damage mitigation. AA is actually going for that Crimson Guard.
He is.
AA is getting the Crimson Guard. Not really something that you see very often, but I have to say, at this point, you don't want your offlaner to be buying these kinds of utility items. Sometimes if you have a Vlad, you even sell it and let your position 5 buy it. It's not something that you see very often from tier 2 teams, but every great tier 1 team does that so well. They cycle the items through their cores later on in the game when you reach these late stages.
Well, you got to put that 90 gold per minute from his level 10 talent to work. He's using Ice Blast to push out the lane, so yeah, you have to give something back. Like, this is charity.
Like, what you're giving back is you're allowing Mars to buy an extra item. You're giving him an item slot. That's the most important aspect of it. And this Enigma as well. Instead of getting some utility, some extra utility, he can actually go for the refresher so that the black holes are dangerous. But he doesn't know that the refresher on Silencer is up already.
And Soul's been very wise. He's hanging away from any kind of vision. I say that when the map is dark. Like, TNC have defensive observer boards inside their own base or just out the edge of it. Like,
I love the mangoes
too. It's a close perimeter. Oh, because he needs the mana.
Yeah, just for the some extra mana.
He actually has to burn all 3, right, before he's going to have the mana. Okay, Ancient Apparition moved away from the Crimson. He's now got an Aghanim Scepter.
Aghanims, alright, forget the utility. He wants damage too.
I am greedy, but also Aghanim's buff up is real good.
It's pretty good, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going to say that's wrong. Enigma's got his refresher orb up and running, and now he's trying to build into the Lincoln Sphere after too. So everyone's just being prepared for the fight. But Tim's is in full defense. Gyrocopter's pushing in the bottom lane with the IO. They're always feeling that they're having to look behind themselves, TNC.
We're reaching that stage of the game in which it's all like strategy falls into water. Of course, you have to be thinking about who uses their spells first, like Black Hole or the Global Silence, but it's all about this first attempt, this first pick-off.
Oh, well, it's like, hey, Ramses, do you want to go on me? You can homing missile. This could chase up Pasha.
Pasha
He's
does.
going in, but he does have vision up there. It's underneath the Radiant Observer Ward, so they get the Torrent off. But Pasha BKBs and walks away, so the fleet for the fleet, it's only like 40-second cooldown. It's
Not
easy.
really, not the longest cooldown, so you're pretty satisfied that you forced this BKB. His
And
BKB
that was a 10-second one. That's a long BKB to go down.
That's something that Pasha has to do. He has to jump in and try to get those early initiations. You can't really allow Storm to jump in first any longer unless he's zipping all the way to the AA in the back somewhere.
It's kind of funny to watch Io pick up the tomes. Hopefully he actually gives one over to the silencer and doesn't just use both the cooldowns to get him to 25. I don't think his is that worth it.
Yeah, I believe the tomes on Wisp are definitely much more worth than on the silencer at the moment, because silencer's levels after level 15 aren't really that great unless he's going for the right click damage.
And he's not. Like Solo is just a refresher of
exactly.
and an Aghanim Scepter, which he's trying to build towards. That's it.
He's
There's
just two
nothing
global
more.
silences. He's basically global silence at the moment.
The pressure
This Mars
starting
is
to
so
build
big.
up around Roshan. You got a little bit of time. He will respawn in 50 seconds. But that means he could be up, and that's why the teams are already starting this posturing.
Yeah, we have the dance of the Rosh pit once again. Both teams gonna just camp around the pit. The most interesting part of the game sometimes. Sometimes it's just
Hey, I feel like every time I've sat in this seat for the main event so far, it's been like, where are we battling? Roshan. Where are we battling next time? Roshan.
the teams got really good about when it comes to fighting around the Roshan timings and taking the proper areas of the map when it comes to that too.
And also just having these battles last for like 4 minutes.
Yep.
Because everyone's got buybacks. it's
you,
all across the board.
And you have relocates in, you have the Storm to jump in, you have the Boots of Travel.
And it still feels like TNT has so many different ways they can just clean up these waves. It was an 1100 crit that came in from Mars to wipe out a wave. Takes no risk when you got the X mark the spot, and that's what they're doing. They just play from this high ground position. So even though no one's like ball lightning up this, he doesn't have anyone to go on to, because like TNC, they're just grouped up and holding the top.
Also, you see the Ice Vortex in the pit. On one side you have Ice Vortex, you have the Torrent to scout it. On the other, you can just use the Hawk or the Storm Spirit to jump over, and we have two smokes.
Here's the smoke maneuver, but they didn't actually grab the Enigma.
These two teams are so close when it comes to the playstyle.
Ball lightning in. They start over on Roshan. Ping's already coming, but they're so damn quick. Virtus Pro, they've almost taken Roshan. This Ice Blast needs to arrive. Here it comes in. This good at everybody.
He's in.
He goes in. He gets it done. And Radiant killed off Roshan. He gets him all be snatched up by no one. Now Tims hits the hole, but the silence is out. Is it? The global silence is ready. Tims refreshes. He's ready to go again. They're getting the hell out of dodge.
Yeah, no one did snatch that Aegis, but Ramses, he's the one that caught most of those attacks from the Sven, and he's the one that fell without us even seeing him. He just disappeared there. And man, that timing from AA, perfect there with the ulti, just as Roshan was falling. That Aegis was on deck for a really long time too before no one picked it up. And he has that Aghanims too, so Storm has the Aghanims, he has the Aegis. I wonder who took the cheese though.
Cheese was consumed by Gyro in the middle of the fight.
Yeah, probably still affected by AA, so it didn't really help him there, as he fell anyway.
Boy. So still VP had to buy back on Ramsey. Don't get the items they wanted to push high ground. Like, yeah, okay, no one has the Aghanims upgrade as well as the format Aegis the Immortal, but
it's a mini black hole of their own right now, that no one can use. But they're definitely in a bad position right now, because their carry is the only hero on the map that doesn't have the buyback. So if you find a way as TNC to catch that Gyro and blow him up like that last time, that could be just it. Game over.
No one's getting really good information on TNC. And he is the Night Watchman. Whoa, okay. He's going to jump in. There's some friends behind him. But it's all for the 55-minute bounty race. He tried to grab it mid-ball lightning.
Yeah, just playing with fire a little bit there. Scouting as well.
Looks like our Dust is now relegated to sitting on the ground on the hillside. Detection's good. Bounty Ruin's even.
Yeah,
so is this game. 4,000 the net worth, the difference. It's all come back in. It was a 15,000 advantage to TNC at one point. The experience as well was roughly about the same, but now everything's even Stevens.
It's very even, but at the same time, if you think about the cleaves from the Sven and the Kunkka, they just need to hit that Gyro once or twice and he's goner.
But you look at VP's positioning, it's like it's so difficult to get that hit. And the Storm Spirit, he's finding the back lines more and more.
So far, he's done a really solid job when it comes to that. They were a little bit greedy when it comes to that Roshan, but you can't really blame them considering how fast it fell. This is good from the Beastmaster as well. He's going for that refresher.
Oh, hey. And Visor installed by no one.
TNC is probably the best team when it comes to fighting around runes. Fighting around Rosh, perhaps you can give it to VP. But runes, man, TNC always has these traps in the right place at the right time. This time around, they don't manage to catch Storm, but they were close. That double roar from the Beastmaster might help them when it comes to controlling that Sven during fights, as he dishes out way too much damage. The only way to deal with him is control him, and control him.
Sounds like an easy plan. Just
Yeah,
do it
easy
3
plan,
times
yeah.
over.
Yeah, just do it, man. Just control.
I like how
just kill him.
just do it.
Just do it.
Yeah. My God, that damage output is stupid arsely high. They're building into more Daedalus as well. Everyone and his dog has a refresher orb. You've got one, I think it was actually in the quick buy for, actually I think Gabby's changed his mind again. He's going back for Butterfly now.
Yeah, as he notices that the gyro does not have the MKB.
Courier's bringing his Lincoln Sphere. That's what he's getting.
Well, he has Lincoln Sphere and then he has Phase Boots as well that he can swap out for another additional item.
Nice. Yep. Look towards the top lane, Armel. 14-12.
There's still Aegis on Storm, one of the best Aegis carriers in the game.
Loving his mindset. Like, I'm just gonna torrent on the ramp. If I hit something, we go for it. If I don't, then we don't.
Yeah, he's really good at predicting where the heroes might be and just goes for it.
Oh God.
So is no one though. He predicts where AA is and just takes him down, gets the gem for his team too. Takes the gem away from TNC, which is even more important as these Hawks are going to be able to give them more vision.
That's the first kill no one's been able to get with that Bloodthorn. Gets it over towards Solo, so Solo's net worth starts to increase. As he's getting closer and closer towards that Aghanim Scepter.
Another big item that we have on the side of Radiant is travels on Enigma. So now, even if he dies in the middle of these fights, he can buy back, travel back. He doesn't have buyback right now, 400 gold remaining. But if it does happen in one of these next fights, and he does have that buyback, you buy back, refresher, fight again, it can catch them off guard. And it's all about revealing these new items, like this one new trick that you have, this one new card that you have up your sleeve. That's how these next few fights can be won or lost.
So much prep work for a fight you know is coming. At TNC, obviously don't want to force it. There goes the Aegis Immortal. Kind of knew that was going to be burned just because of the buyback cooldown timer on Ramses. VP don't take the risk. Still an elimination game.
Still, but
bottom
they
lane.
still don't have the buyback on Gyro.
They're ready to go. Here goes the ball lightning. Jump in, nice and deep over on Gabby. Gabby patiently waits and does not burn his BKB. They want to play underneath that Tinkerboard, up on the hillside. Just someone from VP needs to come a little bit closer. No one's there. They see Pasha as well. They're checking the hillside, and so much information. Jump forward, Cuckoo triggers the BKB. No one, only down a half mana. And that doesn't matter when you're a Storm Spirit. You really don't care.
Yeah, that's very carefully played by No One and Pasha. The reason why they were down there is because of the Arcane Rune on the Storm Spirit as well. They wanted to play around a bit for CNC to be there, as if you can force them to be on the bottom lane, then your Gyro is safe in your own jungle. And that Gyro still does not have buyback for 2 more minutes. So you're pretty much just trying to delay the game a little bit longer.
Waiting to see Kunkka, there's no Blink Dagger on him. He's just using his phase boost to get around, but he's going to replace that with another Daedalus soon.
Just some more damage, I suppose.
He's just going to have no movement speed. Like, how do you get this guy forward towards the lane into a better position?
Instead, he sells the armlet, actually, for the phases. Yeah, it makes a little bit more sense.
He needs his positioning. Roger, TPing out safely. 60 minutes, we cross the hour threshold. These teams are taking it late into the night.
Yeah, the only hero on Virtus Pro that doesn't have that level 25 is Silencer, who's trying to get towards his Hex. On the other side, I believe Ancient should be the only one without 25. Well, with the Aghanims on Ancient Apparition and the level 25, that's going to be very interesting too, to see what he takes. If he gets plus 5% Ice Blast kill threshold, that would be pretty good with the Ags and the ulti, but he could also take the 700 AoE Cold Feet. That's a lot of control.
Yeah. When BKBs are dropping a little bit lower too, maybe that would be more problematic for Virtus Pro. But
you drop the duel, like the arena, and then the 700 AoE
I
Cold
like
Feet,
that.
and they're just frozen inside.
I like that. Like Mars is playing with the lava, and then Ancient Apparition is like, well, you know what? I've discovered a new type of bending.
Just some fire and ice.
Still better than Season 8. Actually, that was Ice and Fire. That's the other way around.
It's close enough.
Yeah. Let's not pick on details. Oh, wait, no, that's what everyone was doing for that entire the TV series.
And they blame us when we have like a cup of coffee on the table, on the panel, or something similar, and those guys just casually forgetting Starbucks everywhere on the set.
Yeah, that's going to be the newest sponsor. Like you think Game of Thrones takes a long time? Try getting through an entire day of Dota 2 games. Try and get through an entire week of Dota 2 games. We need the real energy here. Out, jump in, Stomp going in deep. Raw's already out. They start over on Mars with a Vortex back. Trouble for Cuckoo. Able to get that BKB off and then survive. VP retreating back out again. No one's regenerating up very, very quickly. And TNC, they want to try and find this fight. No cooldown available, but you still got the double Global Silence and the double Raws available too. They would love to fight.
Yeah, I love how Gyro is just leaving these little presents for them, these little homing missiles as he's running back.
Actually going Silver Edge Gabby. All right, he's going to trade out that Blink Dagger to go Silver. Actually, no, he's going to put the boots in. So that's what he goes to set the Butterfly. But this is so dangerous. They've already given away a gem. Like, VP will have vision somewhere.
It gives him one extra way of initiating, I suppose, getting closer to the Gyro.
Ice Blast is coming in. They see. There's your jump forward. They go after the Gyrocopter. He's protected. Looking for the cleave damage, but the quick relocate away.
God Strength is used.
Do you jump? Do you jump? They get rid of the Dire Observer Ward, but there's remnants everywhere, and yeah, you don't jump, Jack.
The buybacks are up. The God Strength is used. BKB isn't there. So if you are a Virtus Pro, you should be looking at smoking up and fighting right now. You're in a pretty good position. As you can see, Pasha just running uphill here.
I like this from Roger. He gets a Desolator, so he does actually still get the ally target. But it's meant to work with Ramsey, so he hits absolutely everything.
Yeah, look at that damage from the wind.
And now just beats down on Roshan. The Roar is there. It's over an Enigma. This is really problematic. Tim does have buyback available. Roshan's already down to half-life. He has to use it now. The Creeway's pushing him through bottom. This will also be problematic for TNC.
He has to buy back right now if they want to
he does.
bet it.
It's already too late. Here comes your buyback in. Start with the ship. Start with Anthony. It's all going on the pit as well as the ultimate. Maybe they have the damage.
Armel got it.
Kill by Radiant. Armel got the Aegis Immortal and the fleet. It just keeps sailing through on top of Virtus Pro's head. Storm is down. His buyback's available. Roger, he's just a Desolate King, but has no damage in the black hole. It's cancelled. Solo used the refresher. Now Tim goes again with the black hole. Solo's caught on the edge of it, and he's got him. Three of them caught inside the hole, but the damage isn't enough yet from TNC. It's coming from Virtus Pro. Gabby will go down. Buybacks up from him. The Aegis Immortal will be burnt. But that is one very dead conquer. No way out. Buybacks are all still available from TNC. There's more in the tank. But Virtus Pro will drain it first.
Man, Teams was so patient in that fight, waiting for the proper black hole, and he did catch them. But it doesn't matter because Storm buybacks, and then just zips right through them in the backlines and deals so much damage.
Virtus Pro, they've been so patient for this. The Black Ball can't tell them to hurry up. TNC, three-man smoke up. Sven has buyback. Enigma does not. The Hawk will give him vision inside the base. That's why TNC is smoked. Virtus Pro, they can't go for the Megas. Here comes your Ice Blast. Cuckoo puts down the Arena of Blood. They want to try and have a crack. And Mal No One jumps in deep. The ships don't hold him in position. No one just ball lightnings away. They know they can, but then again, you can clean through the waves quickly as TNC.
That relocate was so important in that situation because there was no BKB on Gyro ready. And now with that BKB, if anyone initiates on them, they can actually fight.
They go again. The melee rank is dying. Sven is brought back. Fortification tries to slow it down. Armel, here we go again. Toss him up in the air. Cuckoo tries to skewer him back onto the rack. Pasha jumps in for his own roll on the BKB up Mars. They want to die back on him. Murder damage! They pull him through. They drop him down. TNC, that's really the game. Armel can't stand and fight. All he can do is die. The Ice Blast won't connect on anything. Virtus Pro are going
And look at Roger, he's a Death Star at this point, just destroying these buildings, the desolators. GG!
65 minutes, Virtus Pro. Patience is a virtue. They have an abundance. TNC, they played their big combinations. They played it superbly. But Virtus Pro, we wondered how they could play around it. We got our answer.
They just played around their buyback so well. Around that little ball of light with the desolator, just destroying everyone in those last fights too. But most importantly, no one buying back in that crucial fight. Solo as well with the global double. It was really well played by them. And it came down to that Roche fight so many times in this tournament. It's all about that Roche. It looked good for TNC. They used the boat, Sven jumped in. They managed to even snatch the Aegis. They managed to have a good black hole. But you just can't stop Virtus Pro.
Man, you really can't. But of course, the next team will have to give it a shot. Team Liquid, they're in the lower bracket. Still massive props to TNC. Fourth position for this competition. Before we start singing VP's praises, TNC have played superb Dota. TI winning level Dota. But they've had a couple of falls now here in the lower bracket. VP is one of them.
You can't blame them. Virtus Pro, they're kind of a team that just forces you to make mistakes because they play so well.
Yeah.
And they have this hectic style of playing too, which if you try to match, mistakes have to happen.
Yeah.
And that's where they thrive. Like Virtus Pro just abuses them so well.
Yeah, and I want to see how VP play up against Team Liquid. That's their next big opponent. Liquid's had some time to think about Virtus Pro. They're definitely watching these games. And VP, like, they weren't flawless. They weren't flawless in their play, but it feels like as the day just goes on, VP gets better and better. As this lower bracket goes on, they get better and better. Will be enough for Liquid. Will be enough for the grand final against VG. You want a flawless team.
You need to be flawless versus them.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I want to see. But lovely, flawless Dota. That's our last day, hopefully.
Yeah, for tomorrow we are hoping for flawless Dota. I am happy that today was not flawless Dota though, because that makes it just all the more enjoyable to watch. Oof, what a game to go out on for TNC and Virtus Pro. That was a shame, no game 3. I'm sorry, you were really rooting there for TNC, but I mean, it was some beautiful Dota play. Oh, come on, it was fun to watch.
It was a great game. I have to hand it to both teams. I badly wanted to see a third game in this series, but I mean, there was just so much crap at the end of that game. Isle hitting Roche from outside the pit with the 25 talent. You have Silencer literally at one point during one of the fights, he solo smokes just so that he doesn't show on the map, so he's guaranteed to have that silence. Great game of Dota.
I mean, where do you want to start breaking this down, Gods?
Let's see some
From the
highlights.
Yeah. From the highlights, we are starting at minute 18.
I mean, the laning stage was overall pretty even, which is why good coming into these highlights later on. But it felt like a very hard game for teams to have those same black holes we'd seen previously. And it did feel like TNC were a bit kind of discombobulated in some of these fights. They just kind of split up all over the place. And a big part of that is just the storm factor. No One Storm was just so hard to lock down and deal with.
Yeah, we talked about the 5 position picks of VP early on in the draft, putting pressure on the opposing cores, but in this draft you felt the pressure of the Silencer more on the Tim's Enigma, not able to just get out of control in these team fights as he was against LGD earlier in the day. I give a lot of credit to Ramses in this game. I thought he was very patient in a lot of these fights. We've seen him at times in his young career have the tendency to really rush into some of these fights, and his positioning was very, very good in this game.
This is such a tough Enigma game because you have a refresher, Silencer has a refresher, yeah, you need to play a mind game, and there was, I think, one fight where TNC could have won since Enigma bought a Shadow Blade, and I think this is the one where he could have actually caught Silencer. They had no vision whatsoever but missed him. He wanted to get all 3 of them. I think Solo needs to buy back in this one.
Yeah.
Maybe that's not the fight.
No.
No.
Well, this was a great black hole.
Yeah, this is one of the fights they do really well. They TP out as the Storm buys back.
Yeah.
This is, Storm buyback is one of the scariest things in late game Dota because of his mobility. The second he does, if you're not ready to fight, you got to get out.
That's how they won the last fight. Storm just buying back, and this is we were watching the game and I said this is the classic VP, and there it goes. A little bit of too aggressiveness and overextension. They lose Ramses.
They lose more than rounds. Cuckoo makes sure that he chases solo to the end of the world after that one too.
At Storm level 25, it's just a broken hero in my opinion, because you can't really push, especially when he has a buyback. You're controlling the runes. There's gonna be an arcane rune spawning. Some of the times he also had both double damage and arcane rune, and he can do whatever he wants, especially in the later stages of the game on these BKB drops.
Yeah, I'd say late game Dota here was decided by two things. One is what you said, the Storm, and the second is vision, Beastmaster Hawk. It just having vision in late game, allowing you to get these initiations that, you know, you scout all the ward spots, you have detection, you have a gem, whatever, and you're like, oh, there's no wards, but suddenly there's a hawk on top of trees that you don't know about.
Yeah, I think this is the fight that I was talking
right
about,
here.
and he missed
If
the
Solo
silence.
is 1 pixel to the left.
Sansa actually did a sidestep.
I mean, those drums of
Got
the
with a
power
little
tribes and
juke.
drums of endurance. He needed every bit of movement speed right there.
Yeah.
It's tough. Sun deals a lot of damage, but he falls off. Like, you can see him being kited, especially against these heroes. And during the draft, I love the Beastmaster pickup, and it's really paying off, even though Pasha got kind of shut down. But he was not afraid to blink initiate on a target to go for objectives. That's what I like. He's not waiting for Enigma because they have this silencer standing so far behind to actually cancel the black hole if needed.
It's a space station.
Yeah, Tim's shouldn't have been walking forward. He does a buyback, but that's not how you want to start a fight regardless. But yeah, it gets so hard to play late game when they have this constant hawk vision. And then the other thing is the atomization, like everyone go BKB. Like you obviously expect it from Gyrocopter, from Storm, but Pasha getting on Beastmaster means he can initiate in, and the catch from TNC is this Kunkka. You can just BKB out of it. You can BKB out of the Mars ultimate as well.
I would love to see a different item build on Kunkka in this game, to be honest. Look at Io, like, has a flak cannon and Deso just hitting everybody.
This is the buyback from the Storm, and he just cleans them up.
Yeah. I must say though, this game, even though TNC was ahead for a large portion in terms of gold and all that, it felt even the entire way through.
This is why VP is one of the scariest teams in the world to play against. 15,000 net worth lead doesn't mean anything to them. Like, one mistake, they're back.
Yeah, they're going to keep running at you, and they're going to be methodical in their approach to the individual fights, and that's the difference between this VP and the VP of 2-3 years ago. Is that this team is going to pick its battles. You know, the one dive for Enigma in the base with Black Hole down aside, I thought that their tactical approach to the engagements of this game was just better.
And late game Dota becomes just beautiful to watch. The Aghanim sense, especially on the Storm Start, we saw it in Alliance game, and it's extremely effective. It's like a mini Black Hole, then the fourth one with the Refresher and the Aghanim Scepter. Late game Dota was usually boring because no one wanted to do anything, saving just for the buybacks, but now it's a different story, and the Roche fights matter way, way more.
Especially if you get to play Storm at level 25. I'm sure that was a blast for no one to play. And speaking of no one, Renessa is with him right now.
We are here with no one after that incredible VP series. So you guys have won 2 series today. You still have more to look forward to tomorrow. What's the energy level in the team like right now?
I mean, like, it's pretty good. We didn't expect that we'll win, but we prepared before the games, and we just want to have some fun.
Every single Epicenter, you guys have placed higher and higher. Do you think you can, you officially are now going to place higher at this one? You think you can, take the win overall?
I mean, like, we will see tomorrow. I can't say, like, this.
All right, so let's talk about the game specifically. In the first game, that Weaver pick was a little bit of a surprise. We spoke to Heen about it. What were you going through your guys' heads when you picked that Weaver?
I mean, like, we knew that they will pick Batrider, and we discussed before the game that Weaver and Ix, it's always good against this. So we just take it because we see that it could work. It could work.
So how do you guys decide whether Shadow Demon's going to be a 4 or a 5? Because you're very flexible in where you play that hero. So when do you make that decision about, who should play it?
We can just see that thing before, like, last picks, I think, and we discussed it before it, and we already know. We already know what we're gonna do with this Shadow Demon, and it's always like what our captain says, like what's the best option for us, and he chooses it.
Makes sense. Now on to the game that we just watched with the very fun Storm Spirit, definitely. I do want to ask, now there were two elements to that. Storm Spirit is obviously great against the Mars ultimate, but also TNC were sort of lacking traditional lockdown in a sense. So, you know, what pushed you to pick Storm? Why did it seem like such a good pick that game?
After they pick like Kunkka, we discussed that Storm is pretty good against this hero on the lane, and for whole game it's really good. And we thought that they'll pick Mars or Tidehunter or Sand King, and without draft, Storm is like OP. We have a thought about this way.
So Storm was OP. Can't confirm. Okay, so last question. There's been a significant shift in the meta that now your lockdown comes from cores rather than supports. How has that affected your guys' drafting? You know, have you really adapted to that, or have you just noticed other teams are doing that?
Actually, we just trained like 2 weeks, and we have a lot of drafts in our minds. And like when it came in the tournament, it's always changing. And right now, like we have totally changed our drafts. And like I know what do you expect me to say about like cores and like supports. It's just the picks and how we see Dota. That's only about it.
All right. Well, thank you for talking to us. I know you have another series to prepare for tomorrow. So good luck to VP, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
Always good to hear from no one, and it's always good to hear as well that our panel was on point in terms of what they thought the last picks were going to be for TNC as well. We were right with them, with the Mars and the Sand King. This is, you know, a little bit of a confirmation that we're on the right track.
We're not idiots.
Ooh, question mark.
Depends.
Yeah, let's
not.
go with that.
It was a great series, 2-0. Let's close the chapter on TNC because they've had an amazing run here already, ending 4th. Of course, going into the tournament, they did look hot. Did you expect them to be top 4?
Expect them to do really well after. I think ESL won. That was where they really, you know, put their name out there. So coming in, I would have 100% had them in the top 8. Probably expected, top 4, top 5 or 6 maybe. It's one of those majors that a lot of the top teams didn't prepare for as much as well. So that, you know, I think TNC had a lot more to prove.
Yeah.
But they should be happy.
Yeah, after Coach joined, you could see the difference the way they play, and I think everyone has to agree on that one. But again, once he's gone, it's all on the players. TNC had an amazing season. Glad they qualified for TI. They don't have to go through SEA qualifiers, and looking forward to see them at TI.
Yeah,
definitely.
I think this is one of those teams that it seems like every year gets overlooked going into TI. I don't think that's going to be as much the case this year because Heen is obviously a name that anybody in Pro Dota is going to recognize. And this team, in terms of the results that they put up at the last 2 events, you know, top 6 at Birmingham doesn't sound that impressive until you realize that it was EG and Secret that knocked them out of the tournament, and both of those were the full 3-game series. And, of course, VP here. VP, the team that we saw in the early season and most of last year showed up today, and TNC still gave a hell of a game.
Indeed they did. And of course, during the series, you guys at home were allowed to clap for your MVP. Now, we kind of already knew what, you know, what the result would be because, as always, the Russian community does like Solo, so they vote for him. But let's see what you guys did. If we look at the English stream, it's around season 10.
Yeah, baby. Solo. 92,000 from Russian community and 6,000 from English one.
He came 3rd for the English, 4th for the English community. Ramses, no one, and Tim Zol came higher.
Okay.
No surprise there.
Tim gets to play Enigma. He gets to steal a few votes there.
I mean, his black holes are still pretty great, even though they get interrupted every time. It was a tough game to play Enigma in, and I think if we would have had a 3rd game, I think we would have seen an Enigma banned again against this Enigma, but no 3rd game, unfortunately. We do have updated brackets for you guys because we had 3 series today, and we saw 3 teams going home. We only have 3 teams left. Liquid, Vici Gaming, and Virtus Pro. And we are going to have a rematch, don't we? Yes, we do. Virtus Pro versus Liquid was already there in the upper bracket, where Liquid was victorious 2-1.
Yeah, 2 20, 25-minute wins for Liquid in the games that they won. one of them a Meepo game, one just a game where Liquid stomped the lane. So I think there's a lot for VP to learn from that series. And if anything, I would say VP's slight favorites for me at least, just based on their overall current strength. And I think Liquid being a bit more narrow with the heroes they're picking. But
I see a little bit of nods coming from
Nahaz is giving me the I'm nodding, but I don't agree look.
Yeah, I'm gonna make Liquid a slight favorite for me in the series. To me, I think it makes a big difference that Liquid got to sit at home today, watch some of these drafts, and I think they'll have a better shot at adapting to what VP is doing. I love what VP is doing with their first phase 5-position picks, but I have to believe that Liquid are going to have a way to address that.
All
right, Lacoste, you're the tiebreaker.
I'm going to go with VP. I love the way they just play Dota overall, and their aggressiveness and ability to adapt no matter what situation they're in is the huge factor. And I think Liquid kind of got figured out through this tournament. I think they're running out of strats.
All right, fair enough. A lot of things have happened in the arena over the course of the last couple of days. Not all of them were Dota related, such as this. It's going to be on your screen in a second, but there was a surprise. And the surprise, I don't speak Russian, but the text is going to be that this young lady in the blue jacket is getting a tour on stage. When behind her, they have been together for 10 years, so he kind of already knew she would say yes, and she does say yes.
Dota bringing people together.
Yes.
That's a first for me. Normally the opposite happens in the Dota games I see.
A lot of...
Aww. That's great.
That's a great
A
moment.
lot of good feels.
And hopefully they got to stick around and watch their team win.
Oh, yeah.
I wish them many Dota games to be played together. I'm wondering who's playing the support role.
No, you don't.
He is.
Look, few marriages need more excuse for conflict. Playing Dota with your spouse, I'm not so sure about.
I play Dota with Owen all the
I was going to
time.
ask Cheever. Cheever has a different opinion.
Yeah, but...
Sometimes he doesn't want to play with me because he says I get really annoyed sometimes. But I don't think so.
It tests things.
Yeah, but
it
we're
makes
able
things
to
stronger.
separate things.
Jeez, if you're mad at Owen, would you still play with him?
If I was what?
If you're mad at Owen, do you still play together? If it's not Dota related because
Yeah.
you missed a Ravage or anything.
No. Because if I'm mad and he does choose to play with me, he's afraid to make me more mad, so he's super try hard. So we win. This is how that works. If I'm in a good mood and he's in a good mood, he's just clowning around.
Yeah. So if you ever really want to win, you just could pretend.
You've got this relationship thing figured out.
Yeah, there you go.
Not bad.
So a lot of people have been sending in pictures today, and we can take a look at some of the winners of the competition. So let's see how you guys are enjoying. Wow, 3 Nahazes? Are you sure that was the right way to do it?
Send this guy
wrong
3 Arcanas.
Nah, I think he's pointing the wrong finger.
All right. Lacoste, I will accept my being owned and sit back and smile.
Oh, number 2.
This dude wins. Like this.
He's watching. What? He's watching Upside Down.
Why is he watching upside? He's making a point to
This
whoever
dude is,
didn't
from
root for
Stranger
TNC. But yeah.
Me versus whoever didn't.
He needs the laptop upside down as well to match it.
Yeah, he does.
Wow. If you watch Upside Down, is Kyle right?
Perhaps.
Teach them young. That is how we do.
Amen. I have been a part of that scene many times myself when my daughter was young.
Oh, and I have that mouse pad as well, and that mouse as well. And this is
someone from the crowd.
This is not a victory. This guy's not getting an Arcana because this is actually from our producer. He's got one of the best seats in the house.
That's cheating.
He put his own spin.
I
mean, wouldn't you?
I would. 3 Arcana.
You can show off that view. I mean,
it's
a
he's not
good
giving
view.
himself the Lena Arcana.
Yeah.
I see a picture of dog. I press like.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That is how that
Simple
works.
man. I see dogs.
cute dog.
Island game.
What?
Wow, on holidays.
Okay, you win.
I
That is
wouldn't
a-
mind being there right now.
That is probably one of the better views when
I'm
watching
gonna
Dota on a
downvote
tablet.
this one. No Twitch chat open. This is the only reason why I'm watching the stream.
You can actually watch on theater mode. You can also have Twitch chat, so yeah, that is lacking over there.
That's not a theater mode.
No, it's not. I can see that because there's no Twitch chat.
He's just trying to keep the positivity around his holiday destination. You know, he doesn't
Even
want
I
Twitch chat
can't
bringing
watch
him down.
Dota without Twitch chat. What are you doing with your life?
Don't worry. Everybody who's watching Dota without Twitch chat, you're fine. That's also allowed. Everybody can enjoy Dota the way that they want to. We're very wholesome. Sometimes. I almost believed it.
This is where Kyle would insert some like really deep philosophical saying or something.
Yes. Well, he has the chance to do so tomorrow because that is when we will be back. Do you guys have any final thoughts on today? Because we had a day full of 2-0, so we're ending a little bit earlier than normal. I wasn't really expecting 2-0s all the way.
Yeah.
Must say.
It didn't feel like they were all 2-0s in a sense. Like TNC, VP,
Yes.
neck and neck. We saw it in some of the early series and games as well. I mean, for me, TNC's the team of the day in a sense. Like, yeah, they're knocked out of the tournament, but they've come so far over this DPC. And then for tomorrow, we get VP playing the last day of Epicenter for the first time. I'm hyped to see them play in front of the home crowd.
Yeah.
Yeah, VP, maybe not back to their TI form. And this is what I'm looking for, to see them performing the TI, maybe even get Ramses that ring, huh? Who knows?
I think it's really, really cool. When you think about this tournament and how many upsets and how many great runs we've seen, we got to see Alliance lock up their spot at TI. We got to see TNC continue being one of the hotter teams in Dota, establishing momentum. But at the end of the day, when the dust is settled, we got 3 names up there, major champions in Vici Gaming. We've got Team Liquid with that rejuvenated roster, and we've got Virtus Pro with a chance to finally bring home the goods in front of the home crowd. Don't miss tomorrow. This is going to be good.
It is going to be amazing indeed. Tomorrow we will return around noon for us here, which is around 16 hours from now. Quick calculations. Hopefully I'm correct with that. So hopefully we'll see you tomorrow for more Dota 2 here live from Epicenter 2019.